ditch Disney Plus because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. Hey everybody. All right, thank you for joining me, and I'm happy to be here with you on No Soundbites Allowed. We are, if you bear with me 1 second, for some reason my system had the wrong title on the live stream today, but we have it up and I'm just taking care of there we go, now that looks right. The background here, so bear with me 2 seconds as I get everything up to date here. And I hope everyone's been having a good weekend. Looks like everything, okay. You know, it's just trying to take care of all the little things that go into this show to make sure that you guys get to have a really good show, something that you can appreciate, something that you can enjoy. So we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff that's going on at the moment. It's affecting all of us. And if this is the first time that you're seeing the show, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of the audience. We want you to know we do long-form political commentary, and, of course, every Sunday, today at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we reach out across the world to hear your voices about all the issues that matter, all of the ones that are affecting us, because it is your right. It is not just the American First Amendment. It is a right of birth for you to speak about the issues and the politics, whether your government likes it or not, whether or not the internet overlords approve. It is your right, and we hope you will express it, and we hope you do so here with us. So that's what this show's about. It's a conversation talking about the issues. You are always welcome to call in at any time at 929-715-8569. The phone line is on and set, so you can always call in at any time. You can also reach us on YouTube and Rumble and DLive and Facebook, and type in your comments in the chat, or even SuperChat. Even on Rumble, you can SuperChat so that we can interact a little bit faster and a little bit better. So we hope you'll take that opportunity. But if you're new here, we start off with breaking news. We go into, if there is any, then we go into the international, and then we talk about the domestic. And in all cases, we're talking about how America is either being affected by or how America is affecting the world and our nation and each individual. So I hope this is interesting to most people. I think it tends to be. Now, obviously, we want to start off and talk about the breaking news, the thing that's been happening. A lot of people may have seen this. It's now international, the coverage, that in Alabama, in Birmingham, Alabama, last night, 4 people were shot dead, 18 were hurt. There was a shooting, which is now being said, and the BBC is one of several news organizations that initially, and even some currently, are calling it a mass shooting. That is a lie. They are including this in the supposed 400 mass shootings that have occurred in the United States this year. That is also a factual lie. It is not correct. Now, I don't want to take away from the fact that this is a serious event. And yes, people have died. It is important for the news to talk about this, no question. But we have to have the details correct. We need to get rid of the politics that hide the truth and only are there to promote a political agenda. An agenda that in the United States would remove the Second Amendment, a fundamental cornerstone of American politics, of American life and freedom. Without the Second Amendment, there is no First Amendment. In fact, there are no other amendments, and we become just like any other nation. We fall from the peak, the pinnacle of what the world looks to in terms of freedom. That's just a fact. And they're doing that because, in terms of the BBC, to be fair to them, they don't understand the Second Amendment. Like many nations around the world, the citizens don't have a fundamental, basic, by birth right to defend themselves. They have the right that the government will give them on the limits of how they can defend themselves and what they can use to defend themselves. They have far, far more restrictions. And this is true whether you're in Canada or Mexico, Guatemala or Costa Rica. You could be in Angola or China. Everywhere else in the world, there are severe restrictions in what people can and cannot do to protect themselves. And that's why when they look at this, you can see, obviously from the BBC and other news organizations internationally, they look at this and say, well, people don't have a right to defend themselves, especially with a firearm. So that would be a mass shooting. It's extreme in that sense because they can't imagine realistically that they could defend themselves in this way. It's not part of their culture, their law, their livelihoods. It doesn't exist. In the United States, that's not the case. But politically, we will see many institutions, especially if they are more left-leaning, and many politicians that will push this idea of a mass shooting, that every shooting is a mass shooting, when that is not in fact the truth. And when you do that, you distract from trying to find the cause and the solution to the crime that actually did happen. Because you're not actually trying to fix the problem, you're trying to distract. You're trying to take advantage. They're literally, when they put out and say that this was a mass shooting, they are literally taking advantage of the dead bodies to promote a political agenda. Now, that may sound very harsh. And by the way, hello, Cool Roy. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Now, this may sound very harsh for some people because there is a shooting and people are dead. But the details make the difference. You see, there were multiple shooters. In fact, this is the second paragraph. They're quoting Birmingham police officer Truman Fitzgerald. Multiple shooters fired multiple shots on a group of people. That's not a mass shooting. A mass shooting is a single shooter going after a group of people. And yes, that is still insane no matter how you look at it. And yes, it is evil no matter how you look at it, but it is a different problem. There is a problem between an individual who decides, I don't know how they do this, some very deranged individual that says there is no other answer but to kill innocents. That's a terrorist. Whether it's overseas or in the United States, a mass shooter is a terrorist. Someone who has no other answer but to kill innocents. And that is a severe problem. How do we get to that? How does someone come to that conclusion? And even with 538.com, which is a left-leaning website, even with their investigation into this, looking at all of the different reports out there, they found that there isn't just one reason why people commit mass shootings. There are at least 38. That includes poverty, mental health, it includes upbringing, it includes bullying, it includes a lot of different issues that have different solutions. And the one thing that they have in common, gun control isn't the answer. just denying the 99.994% of law-abiding citizens, denying them the ability to have a firearm, does not stop the criminal or the criminally deranged. So we know that's not the solution. It has not been the solution for 50 years. So that is off the table. And yet we see this pushed over and over again. And we see to push to be able to take away a person's Second Amendment rights, to weaken and destroy the Second Amendment, we will see many of these events that happen colluded and compressed into one thing. Well, it's a mass shooting. And therefore, you should not have a gun. I'm sorry. No, that's not the answer. That isn't the answer. And two, that's not what happened. Multiple shooters fired multiple shots on a group of people. That is what happened. And that isn't just coming from the BBC. We know that according to various news organizations, this one is coming from USA Today. Grieving type screaming, 4 dead, mass shooting. Again, mass shooting. It's not a mass shooting. There is a significant difference in this. After a shooting rampage, look at the language that they are using. This is fear-inducing. This is fear-mongering coming from USA Today. Sunday, Birmingham, after a shooting rampage in a crowded entertainment district Saturday night. That is sensational wording. They don't need to say it was a shooting rampage because it wasn't a rampage. It wasn't an individual just going through the crowd shooting people. That would be a mass shooting. That would be an entire different type of horror and terror, and it would be terrorism. That isn't what happened. Again, Fitzgerald, multiple shooters fired into a crowd, but it was not clear whether they were on foot or in cars. He said the shooting did not appear to be random and that officers were trying to determine who was targeted. This is a theme that continues through much of the reporting on this story. And I want to point this out because you keep being told one thing, and then when you look at the details, once you get past the headline, you get a very different story. And it is important that we understand that because it makes a difference on how we fix this, how we stop this, if at all possible. Deadly mass shooting in Birmingham. This is from WVTM Channel 13, NBC News. Again, pushing this idea that it's a mass shooting, and we know it is not a mass shooting. Here's what we know so far, according to NBC News. It happened in Birmingham, 5 points south, which is an entertainment district. 4 people are dead, 4 others, we now know 18 others, were injured. 17 people have been identified as gunshot victims, actually now 18. Who are the shooters? Multiple shooters fired on people who were outside the sidewalk, but little is known at this time. Investigators are trying to figure out if they walked up or if they drove. There's no one in custody. Multiple victims. This is consistent over and over again. And now we start to see, like from Alabama.com, Birmingham 5 points shooting, which is accurate, that killed 4, likely a murder for hire. Do you notice the difference? Yes, there were more than 100 shots. Again, they have to put in the sensationalism. Does it matter that there were 100 shots? No. That's not significant to the news story. It is significant to the politics. It is significant to the fear-mongering, but it isn't significant to telling you what happened. It's not significant in why did this happen. It is not significant in how to resolve this from happening again in the future. This was probably a gang shooting, if not, as they say, a murder for hire. So this has nothing to do with mass shootings. It isn't a mass shooting. It has nothing to do with a mass shooting. It has nothing in the characteristics similar to a mass shooting. Instead, this was a crime And the crime, we don't know what the cause is. Likely, someone was being targeted. That's what we can understand at this moment. Someone was being targeted. Whether they were hit or not is unknown. And the criminals that carried out this crime, this murder for hire, did not care who else was injured in their attempt to fill the contract, a contract killing. That's what this is. It's a contract killing. It is not a mass shooting. Therefore, the solution isn't the solution to mass shootings. It is definitely not gun control, because criminals don't care about the law. That's why they're criminals. They break the law on a regular basis. So saying, well, we have to have more red flag laws will not resolve this. Telling people that they can only have a certain size magazine will not resolve this. This is not going to be resolved by any of the laws that are out there, because they already exist. This is a problem that has a different root cause. And trying to say, well, we have to deal with mental health, which we do, will not resolve this situation. Let me go over to the comments, because I believe Cool Roy has, Graham. Graham has joined us. Hello, Graham. And Graham says, I recently saw a video of people in Jerusalem walking around the streets and marketplaces with firearms on their hips. Women in dresses with a handbag on one side and an assault rifle on the other. That is actually very common. The difference in Israel versus most of the rest of the world is Israel is under constant attack. There are constant terrorist attacks against the civilians in Israel, as well as Israel has a mandatory military for everyone, men and women. And so they know that everyone is trained and proficient with firearms. There is a real and present and constant threat against the civilians from terrorists. And so they need to be able to respond immediately. But that is still different than here in the United States. We aren't under constant attack. We have many problems, but it is, and I should correct myself, obviously Israel is another nation where the civilians do have access to firearms. And again, we don't see the hysteria about mass shootings surrounding Israel like we do here in the United States. But there's a different goal. There's a different problem in Israel than here in the United States. And I think that's important. Again, we can't solve the problem if we're not dealing with the problem. If we're focused on some other issue, we're never going to fix the problem in front of us, which would be gangs, drugs, contract killings. Those are very different crimes than a mass shooting. And simply saying, well, you don't get to have a gun, will not stop gangs and drugs and contract killings. That will not, one does not negate the other. Again, criminals do not follow the law. That's why they're criminals. The deranged, the mentally insane, do not follow laws. So just making another law that will only affect the 99.994, that's not a made-up number. That is the exact number of law-abiding citizens in the United States. Just take all of the criminals who have used a firearm from the total number of gun owners in America, which is roughly 1 out of every 2 people, roughly 50%, 160 million individuals, and do the math. It's 99.994% of gun owners are law-abiding citizens. We're not addressing the root problem. The root problem being crime, being gangs, being drugs, even sex trafficking, otherwise sex slavery in the United States. These are all factors that are involved with gun crime in the United States and have nothing to do with mass shootings. And if we are only being caught up in the hysteria, the political firestorm that is being put before us saying mass shooting, mass shooting, mass shooting, we will never fix the problem. Not for mass shootings, not for gangs, contract killings, or the deranged. We will never get an answer because we're looking for the wrong problem. And it's being used by politicians to get reelected. Aren't you afraid? There was 100 bullets. Aren't you afraid? Well, we have to get rid of all the guns. Give me power, and you no longer have the right to own a firearm, which is a foundational right that you have by birth. I'm going to take away your freedom. I'm going to take away your choices. I'm going to take away your ability to defend yourself from those criminals, from the deranged, from the terrorist and the drug dealer. We're going to take away your rights and your ability to defend yourself because I'm going to pass a law that they won't follow anyway. Does this not make sense to people? Why this is so important? Why I talk about this? And yes, this is the breaking news, but people are focused on the wrong thing. They're trying to deal with the sensationalism of this. The only reason why we see Alabama.com talking about 100 bullets is so that a politician can turn around and say, oh my God, no one should be able to have that kind of firepower. We have to take away those firearms. One of these articles, and I need to double check which one it was, I believe, and I want to find, I had my spot there, but I lost it. No, that's not it. One of these articles, I believe maybe it was in the BBC article, people were saying they heard that these were automatic weapons. How do you hear that it's an automatic weapon? That I forget which article it was. There have been many articles on this story so far. And one of the articles, one of the news reports was saying that people heard automatic weapons. Most people don't know what a gun sounds like. If you have 4 people shooting at the same time, 100 shots, 25, let's make it even, 25 shots apiece, how would you know if that sounds like an automatic weapon or if you hear multiple guns going off at the same time? How would you be able to tell the difference if you witness someone going through that situation live? You're trying to duck down, you're trying to get cover, protect yourself, maybe protect your loved ones around you, and so you're trying to get into safety, you're hearing this, and you're able to calmly discern between the number of different guns that are firing and be able to tell whether or not they're firing because someone's pulling the trigger rapidly or because it's an automatic firearm. How would you know? How would you know that? The fact is, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two. You wouldn't be able to know that this sounds like an automatic. Matter of fact, most people don't even know what an automatic weapon sounds like. I've been in the military. I do know what an automatic weapon sounds like because I have fired machine guns and I have heard machine guns being fired. Most human beings do not. Unless you have been in military service, you won't hear a machine gun. You'll hear what a movie will tell you what a machine gun sounds like. But in movies, guns don't sound like guns. So you'll have that movie in your head, that action movie of how Schwarzenegger or Stallone or Bruce Willis were firing a gun and it sounded really, awesome. And you're thinking, well, that must be it. No. That's not what they sound like. And most people don't know the difference. So you don't know. But the news media is quoting that because this is to manipulate you. So that a politician can turn around and say, oh, automatic guns. Semi-automatic guns are being made into automatic firearms. Therefore, there is a greater threat. We have to get rid of all the semi-automatic firearms. That means every rifle, every handgun in existence, they all have to go. every semi-automatic, that's virtually every model, 90% of all the rifles, all the handguns in the world that are in America would all have to be banned and taken by the government. That makes no sense. And the criminals, by the way, will never comply. The criminals aren't going to live by that. You're just going to take it away from the law-abiding citizens who might try to defend themselves from this. Does that make any sense to anyone? Look, you can be left, right. There are Democrats that own firearms. There are gun owners that are libertarians, Green Party, Democratic Socialists of America. You're an American citizen. You're not restricted by your political beliefs from being able to have a firearm. And in each of those cases, every one of those individuals, we want to take away their ability to defend themselves, to follow the law, and yet live and enjoy their rights and freedoms. Why would we want to do that? Because some elite, some elected official who has bodyguards like Cori Bush, who spends $70,000 a year, taxpayer money, to employ her brother and a team of private armed security guards for her. So she gets to have people with guns. Kathy Hochul has she has police officers armed that are part of her security detail. They protect her. AOC has multiple armed security officers that go with her to events. She has guns. You can't. Why did they get to have people with guns, but you don't? They get to defend themselves. You don't. Why is that the case? Does that make sense to anyone? Why do these elites get to say, well, yeah, this is the rule, except it's for you, not for me? Why do we treat them differently? Because we shouldn't. They're American citizens. AOC is nothing special. She was a bartender. A bartender. She was not special in any way, shape, or form. Oh, but she's cute. You know what? I live in the Bronx. You know how many cute Latinas are around up and down the street any given moment of any given day? AOC isn't special. She's just not. I know there are many in the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressives out there, they want to say that she is. Well, some of them are upset with her now, but many of them still want to think that she's special. She's not. Nancy Pelosi is not special. Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, they're not special people. They're elected officials. Fantastic. That doesn't suddenly, by osmosis, winning the election doesn't make them smarter or better than you. They don't deserve to be able to defend themselves with firearms, and you can't. Hell, Kamala Harris is a gun owner. She is surrounded by Secret Service, and she doesn't want you to have the ability to defend yourself like she does, like her family is able to do, like Tim Walz is able to do. They have firearms, they're able to defend themselves, and they have security, but you don't get to have that right. Why are they different? Why are they so special? They're not. That's the honest answer. They're not special. They're just an American just like you. And as long as you follow the law, you're not mentally deranged, you're not a criminal, you should have the right to defend yourself. And maybe if more people in Alabama were able to defend themselves, those what is suspected to be 4 individuals committing a contract killing, likely a gang killing, would not be able to have accomplished what they did because people would return fire. I mean, am I so crazy? Is that so outrageous to think of this? Because this is being used to affect the 2024 election. This is being used to affect your life. Democrats are saying, don't worry, vote for us and we will protect you. We will write a law and you will be protected. And Democrats over and over again for the last 50 years have gone around and said, you know what? I'm going to vote Democrat. They're going to protect me. They will put in a law and I will be safe. And you never are. Not the New York SAFE Act, not red flag laws. Point to the law you want to. Whatever it is on the Democratic spectrum of laws that they have put in for gun control. Look at Chicago, Baltimore, every single gun control law you can think of, they have in place and have had it in place for a decade or more. Everything they have suggested, everything that they have wanted, they have done in those cities, as well as UCLA and probably in New York as well. None of it works. Because we're not dealing with the actual problem. We're dealing with the politics. And as long as we are trying to play politics with a real and absolutely deadly situation, we will never resolve it, and the problem will only continue to exist. That's the reality of it. Graham says, quote, "If you break into my home, you're getting shot," end quote. This was Kamala Harris being interviewed by Oprah Winfrey. Yes. Yes, she has that right, but you don't. I don't. She told Oprah. Oprah has that right. Oprah has armed security. She can defend herself, but you can't. And they're going to do that on the backs of people who died in Birmingham, Alabama, amongst other situations. Because they're trying to convince you that 4 contract killers is the same thing as a mass shooting. And they're not. Not even close. And we need to understand that difference. They want you so damn scared that you will say yes to anything. Just make me feel safe. That's their goal. That is the goal when we see these articles come out. The goal is to allow the politicians the fuel to say, I will make you feel safe, not be safe. You're not going to be safe. They know that. They're going to make you feel safe. And if there's anyone on the left who disagrees with me on this, if there's anyone on the left who thinks, Mike, you just don't understand, fantastic. Name one gun control law that has worked. Just one. There are well over 22,000 gun control laws at the local, state, and federal level across America. Name one gun control law that has worked, that has effectively reduced or stopped mass shootings, gang shootings, drugs shootings, school shootings, you name it. What is that law? And you can say, well, it was the gun ban in 1984 did not stop nor reduce mass shootings, school shootings, crimes with firearms. Did not. That's the data. I understand. But this politician said it worked. Yeah, and the data, the empirical scientific data, no, it did not. Well, Andrew Cuomo said, and he said a lot of things. He didn't make you safe. Red flag laws have never, since 1999, I have spoken to the state of Connecticut. I've spoken to the second state to have red flag laws, Indiana. I've spoken to New York State. I've spoken to many of the states that have red flag laws. It has not stopped gun crime, mass shootings, school shootings. Red flag laws aren't built to actually address that. It doesn't work. Red flag laws are supposed to stop gun suicides. That's what they're for. That's what they actually target. And they're not even good at that. But they have never stopped mass shootings or gun crime at all. So what's left? Restricting the size of magazines, like California did. That didn't work. What else? I asked this of the left because, trust me, if there's something that works, let's do it. If there is an answer that is equal to the freedom that we are losing, then let's implement it. Let's deal with that problem. But there isn't, which is why you never hear these politicians talk about the data. They always talk about the feeling. They always make the promise, but they never come through. It's always a promise that in the future, eventually, you will be safe, even though you never are. Because that future never comes true. Because it's never about fixing the problem. It's about getting the vote. It's about having the political power. It's about making sure you don't have any power. That's what they are consistently doing. That's the reality. I mean, I'm really sad that people died in Alabama. I am. I feel bad for their families. I feel bad for their friends. I feel horrible about the people who were traumatized at that scene. Not just the people who were shot, but people who had to live through that. It is a horrific thing. I would not wish that on anyone. At the same time, I am not going to use their terrible, terrifying event to try and promote a political agenda. Some people will say, and I've heard this said before, hello, hot chicks, by the way. Hi, hot chicks. I've heard some people say, but Mike, you're just being a Republican. No, I'm trying to get to the solution. See, I didn't say Democrats have the best solution, Republicans have the... No, I'm saying until we get a solution that works, or at least we think will work, something different than what we have done for 50 years, then why should I trade my freedom and my rights for an empty promise? That doesn't make sense. That's not Republican, conservative, libertarian. It's got nothing to do with I'm an American. I don't want to give up my rights and my freedom and my ability to defend myself, my family, and my property for nothing. Why would I give that up for a promise that for 50 years has never come true, that has never been realized? The only people who have benefited have been politicians. Most of them, yes, in fact, Democrats. But politicians have profited off this, not the people. So why would I want to support that? Why would I even encourage anyone to do that? And because Democrats are the ones who push this on a regular basis, they're the ones with the drum roll, saying, we have to get rid of all the guns. We have to take your property, your rights. Then, yeah, I pick on the Democrats. But I also pick on the Republicans like Marco Rubio when he says, oh, we need a national red flag law. No, I disagree. When Donald Trump was considering a national red flag law, I was against him too. Why? Because it's the red flag law. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. 3 out of the 4 studies that have been published to date about red flag laws and if they are effective, 3 out of 4 say it has no impact on suicides and or mass shootings, period. One report says it might have a minimal impact, roughly about 3% reduction in the number of suicides. That's it. There's only been 4 reports that I am aware of, and I search on this on a regular basis. 4 reports have been done, studies have been done on red flag laws. The go-to answer nowadays, you hear this all the time from the Democrats, we need more red flag laws. We need a national red flag law. Red flag laws will protect your school and protect you. No, it won't. Why are we doing this? Because people are afraid. Because news organizations, both in the United States and affecting the United States, like the BBC, news organizations like news channel WVTM 13 in Birmingham, institutions like, who's this one now? Oh, yes, Alabama.com, 100 shots fired. That's sensationalism. That's meant to make you terrified. It's meant to make you afraid. And they know. The editor, on purpose, wrote that headline. He didn't put in mass shooting because it's not a mass shooting. He was at least honest about that. Said it was a murder for hire, a contract killing, because that's the truth. That's what the evidence is telling us at this time. But that's not sensational. That's not going to make people afraid. That's not going to help the Democrats in Alabama try to take away your Second Amendment rights and your ability to defend yourself, your family, and your property. No, he needs something more fear-inducing. 100 shots fired. That's it. That'll do it. That will scare the mom down the street. That's going to put the fear of God in some kid who just saw a movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger firing off a handgun as if it were a machine gun. Somebody firing a pea shooter like it's a bazooka. Yeah, that'll put the fear of God in them. No, it's ridiculous. It really is. Joel! Hey, Joel. Good to see you. It's because Larry isn't doing a show today, right, Joel? Okay. And Joel says, I'm surprised that every divorce lawyer hasn't been filing red flag attacks on the other spouse. Actually, they do. It does happen. And there have been cases of that, Joel, where red flag laws have been used to attack a person. We saw this most notably, I believe it was in, not Syracuse, in Utica, back in 2019. A business owner in Utica was told one of his employees, who he fired, he got in an argument, he fired her, she got into an argument with him. She recorded his back and forth with her. They were in a very, very heated argument. They're yelling at each other. They're saying outrageous things about how they're going to kick each other's ass and blah, blah, blah. And he says, I'd shoot you. Get out. Now, normally, in a normal conversation, many people have said, I'll kill you, I'll shoot you, I'll go out. And they're angry in that moment because of the argument, the fight. But because she recorded it, and because New York State has red flag laws as of 2018, she filed a red flag against him, saying, here's my recording. He's a danger to me and the rest of the community because he said he'd shoot me. In the middle of a massive drag-out argument where they're both screaming at each other and slurring each other, but he's the one who's dangerous because he's a gun owner. Well, that's exactly what the state did. The judge heard that, said, oh, well, he's obviously a danger to himself and everyone. This is an upstanding business owner of over 20 years. Never had a problem. Had no problems. He had never been arrested in his life. Had multiple guns. Was a gun owner for multiple decades. No one ever cared. Not a problem for anyone. They suddenly came in. They took all his firearms. His face was paraded on the news throughout the entire state of New York. His business overnight became destroyed. He was not allowed to go because he was such a threat. He was barred and banned from multiple businesses and locations, public locations, because he was a potential threat. This was all because everyone was aware of his red flag status. He killed himself because his business was destroyed. His personal life was destroyed. His reputation was destroyed because he had an argument with an ex-employee. Red flag laws are not beneficial. They are tools that have been used over and over again to destroy people's lives. And by the way, that includes if you have a family, if you have kids. Red flag laws result in you losing your kids. I've talked to multiple politicians in multiple states where red flag laws have been enacted. I have talked to dozens of lawyers in states across this country and in D.C. I have talked to members of Congress, and I have asked them all the following question. If you have a red flag action put against you and you have kids in your house, it is a requirement across the country that there is some form of child protective service. Child protective service must take that child from that home, because if you are so dangerous that the government is taking away your Second Amendment rights and taking away your property, saying that you are a danger to yourself and your community, then that means you are, by definition, a danger to your children, and the state must, it is a requirement. They don't have a choice. They must take your children out of that house. And therefore, you have to fight to not only after the fact, after you have been punished without a crime being committed, you now have to fight for your right to get back your Second Amendment, and you have to fight the state to get back your children. Every single state, every single politician, every single lawyer that I have spoken to since 2018 has confirmed that is correct, Mike. That scenario does exist, it does happen, and yes, it is legal. That is correct. This all happens without a single crime being committed, without you being notified ahead of time, with you having no defense against this. You can only react to it. You have no due process. It is unconstitutional at every single turn. Yes, this is used to punish people. It is a weapon. And it doesn't stop mass shootings. It doesn't stop the Birmingham shooting. Let's see. Joel says, I doubt any judge would okay the return of any of those red flag confiscated firearms. Most states in their red flag laws have zero terms or conditions to return the firearm. They will most often say that the equivalent of the firearm, therefore you'll get paid some amount of compensation, if at all. They have no terms. There's nothing that says that the state, if the red flag is wrong, or if most red flag laws last 1 year, and then they either automatically get renewed or a judge will extend it. And they'll happen in perpetuity. They'll just happen forever. There's nothing that says a red flag ever has to end. It will just keep going until some judge says, okay, stop now. That's it. So there is almost nothing in the law that says it has to go back. They will, if anything, they may eventually give you your money back. Mind you, again, they would only do that after either the red flag law is removed, well, not only, but the red flag action has to be removed from you, whether it was wrongfully put in place or you waited the year and it didn't get extended, or you've gone through several years of extensions. Only then do you regain your Second Amendment rights. Only then are the police required to reimburse you, not give you back your firearm, to reimburse you the market value at best for that firearm. So that's the law on that. Joel goes on to say, there's no upside for the judge, only risk if a thing happens afterwards. Well, this is why every red flag law, and I've asked state after state about this, there is no record in any state where a red flag law did not go through. Now, that doesn't mean that red flag laws don't always go through. But it seems that there's no record of any judge in any state denying a red flag action. Part of the problem, we don't know how many times it happens, because that's all behind closed doors. You will never know if someone came up. I could have a red flag against me well, no, I can't. I'd know about it, but here's the thing. You would never know if someone went to a judge and said, hey, I was watching Mike Voss online. I think he is a danger to himself and his community. You have to go and take his firearms. The judge will say, okay, what is your reason for that? Well, Mike bought a baseball bat and he bought a steak knife. Both of those are weapons that have been used to kill people in the past. Therefore, under New York State red flag laws, they are weapons. They are weapons that qualify. That means that since I bought that within the last 6 months, I could have also bought a hammer and a bunch of nails, and that also, hammers have been used to kill people. Therefore, again, I qualify. That's proof. The judge will say, you're right. Here's a red flag law, red flag action. Gives a warrant to the police. The police then turn around and show up at my door somewhere between 6 a.m., actually 5 a.m. and 8 a.m., almost always, with a SWAT team banging on my door, waking me up saying, you got to open up the door. We're going to come and take all your red flag, all your firearms, because we have a red flag law. And then, only at that moment, when they enter my property and start taking my property, only then will I be told, oh, by the way, there's a red flag action against you. You can show up in court in the next 60 days. I hope you have a lawyer. I hope you have an extra $8,000 laying around to pay for the lawyer to go to the court to prove that you were innocent. And even if you do, you might still lose. But if you win, we still won't give you back your firearms, but we'll give you what we think is the value of those firearms. Have a great day. That's how the red flag process works in 19 states and Washington, D.C. That is the process. If that sounds insane to you, it's because it is. And judges will always say yes, because if they don't, they're afraid that makes them liable for a mass shooting. They think that if they ever say no, and that person at any point in the future goes and commits a gun crime, well, the judge said no to the red flag, therefore the judge is liable, potentially, and they can be sued. More importantly, they will be liable to the voters, because in the next time they have to be elected into office, well, this story is obviously going to come up. And someone's going to say, see, you're not doing your job. You let a mass murderer go out. Therefore, to protect their job, to protect their politics, to prevent any lawsuit, they're going to always say, yes, go take their guns. And they do. Again, I am unaware in any 19 states and Washington, D.C., where there has been a judge who said no to a red flag action. There's just no record of it. I'm unaware of any record in the tens of thousands, literally tens of thousands, actually almost hundreds of thousands at this point, of red flag laws, red flag actions that have happened since 1999. It's insane. Now, people who are just catching up are saying, well, Mike, why are you talking about the red flag law? Because that's what they are doing with Alabama right now, with Birmingham and the shooting. This is a setup. And they're doing this, and it's getting national attention right now, not because of 4 people being killed, which is a reason. The reason why this is national news is because today is September 22nd. Because in a little more than a month and a week, month and 2 weeks, we're going to be voting in the 2024 election. And they need to get Democrats to vote. And gun control will get Democrats to vote. It will get progressives up, and then they will vote. The promise of we're going to make you safe. When you start hearing people like Kamala Harris, when she said to ABC News in Philadelphia and told them that she is a gun owner, and therefore that means she should have a gun ban, that she wants to ban your guns. She's a gun owner and she gets it. She doesn't want to take your gun, but she does want a gun ban, and the Second Amendment allows it. She is out of her mind. She is lying to your face. She wants your empathy and your sympathy. I'm a gun owner, you're a gun owner. See, we're all gun owners. And Kamala Harris believes in gun control. She believes in a gun ban. She wants to take your firearm out of your hands because she's a gun owner just like you. So you must agree with her too, right? No. No. It must be constitutional. She said it's constitutional. She's a gun owner. She wouldn't want someone to take away gun rights. They would take away her rights, except she's an elite. She's different. She doesn't get treated like you and I do. And even if someone took away her gun, she has Secret Service. She's never not going to be defended for the rest of her life. She's not looking at this like you and I are. Tim Walz is a public servant. He has 3 or 4 different retirement funds that he is collecting on. One of them being for being in the military, not a combat veteran, but he did retire from the military because he didn't want to go and become a combat veteran. You know what? He can afford a private military. He can pay for a private security, but guess what? He's also governor, so he gets public security. They're not looking at this like you and I do. Oh, this is so frustrating to me. And again, if there is anyone on the left that disagrees with me, if there is any politician at the local, state, or federal level that thinks I am wrong, any of them, if they think that I have misunderstood red flag laws, if they think that I am misunderstanding the way that the Birmingham shooting is being used at this moment, please call in 929-715-8569. If you think I have misunderstood, if any of these politicians, any politician in America at the local, state, or federal level, if you can name one gun control law that has effectively reduced gun crime, stopped mass shootings, school shootings, or gang shootings, I am all ears. Call in 929-715-8569. Correct me. Please do. Please. I will put you on live. I will not edit a single word that you say. We will have this discussion live right now. You don't have a time limit. If it takes an hour to explain it, I will give you live an entire hour to explain exactly how I am wrong. I am not CNN. I am not ABC News. I do not have to cut to a commercial. If you want to have this conversation, we will have that full conversation. No edits, no cuts, no commercials, no interruptions. We will have the conversation. Call in right now, 929-715-8569. I've been asking every politician that disagrees with me and is pushing for gun control, I have been asking them to come on live and to have this debate and discussion for 18 years. 18 years that I've been doing public political commentary. They never say yes. Which should tell you something about it. They are using the death and the destruction, the horror of what happened in Birmingham to push a political agenda in an election year that is a critical, close-knit. That's why you're hearing about this story. That's why you're not hearing about the shootings in this weekend in Chicago. It's why you're not hearing about the shootings in Detroit, in Baltimore. You're not hearing about that because that might not help them get elected, so they don't want to talk about it. It's not that people didn't get shot in Chicago and Baltimore and in Detroit this weekend, even though they have every form of gun control you can name already in effect for at least a decade. No. They don't want to talk about that. Those aren't stories that they're going to talk about nationally. Hell, they barely talk about them locally. Why? Because that's not going to help Democrats get elected. So they're not going to talk about it. It's just that simple, folks. And if anyone disagrees, again, I'm more than open. You know, if I'm wrong, show me how I am wrong. I am more than willing to have that conversation. But let's move on a little bit, because we're talking about more than just that breaking news. And I do want them to catch the 4 contract killers, the 4, and I am absolutely sure that they will wind up being gang members. I am absolutely sure that that was a gang shooting, almost absolutely because of drugs. It was a gang shooting because of drugs. I am almost 1,000% sure that is exactly what happened. But we will see. By the way, you'll never hear about that. They'll catch the 4 people. You might hear about that. You won't hear about the fact that it's connected to a gang. You won't hear the fact that it has something to do with drugs or sex trafficking. You're never going to hear about that. The story will die. They will move on to something else. They don't care. It's about the sensation, not the solution. They do not care. But let me go on. Oh, wait a minute. Graham's going to call in. Okay, Graham, call in. Knock yourself out. Let's go, Graham. I'm waiting for you. Because people may think, Mike, but you're not serious. Yes, I am. Hello, Graham.
Hey, what's up, Michael? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. The audience should be able to hear you better than either of us. Go ahead.
All right, awesome. Okay, so just because I thought that most likely no one would take you up on the challenge,
they never do,
discussing the red flag laws with you, I'm gonna take a very minor stab at it if you're okay with that.
Of course, go right ahead.
So I'll tell you right from the beginning that I'm really not familiar with the details of the red flag laws themselves. So I just want to try to really narrow down what I talked to you about in terms of what you just said, in terms of describing the situation that happened with the business owner and how he got into a verbal conflict with his employee or former employee, and then he got taken to court. And the judge ruled that because of his conduct, he had to have the aftermath of that was that his life kind of spiraled downwards, and he made that very tragic decision to end his own life. So I just want to talk to you about that, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess people who are very adherent, very they center their thinking around the Constitution. They can sort of make up their mind on where that person, that business owner, fell into the spectrum of the Second Amendment. Because, right, the Second Amendment is like the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. But there's also a clause in there that says as part of a well-regulated militia. And of course,
one side of the political. One second.
Sorry, what are you saying?
Do you know what a well-regulated militia is?
I'm sure that there are multiple perspectives of what that is, but I'm curious to hear yours.
Okay, so there's 2 things. If you're looking at the Second Amendment, the founders of our nation were very, very specific in the way that they wrote everything. Every word, every comma, every punctuation. They are critical to understand what's being said. A militia is not an individual. When they wrote the Second Amendment, they were talking about a militia, which is a group of individuals all acting in uniform to protect a community, to protect their lives, which is, think about this, Revolutionary War. That's exactly what they had just done. But they also, because there is a comma right there, they are also talking about individuals. They are not the same thing. They are 2 things with the same conditions, which is a militia and the public shall not be infringed in their right to be able to have a firearm to defend themselves, their property, their lives. So that's a very important aspect of that when we say, well, there's a militia. Yes, and there's also the individual. It's very specific in the way they wrote and why they put the commas in the Second Amendment where they did. So to understand it, you have to understand that. Does that make sense?
I think so, but I have to ask you then, what is your definition of well regulated, attached to that word militia?
A well regulated militia is a group of citizens who are trained in the operation of a firearm and also trained in survival. So that could be the Boy Scouts, could be the Girl Scouts, it could be a gun club, it could be, or it could be an organization, say like the Three Percenters. They're an organized militia. There are legally many militias. In fact, in Florida, there is a militia. Some people would, and depending on how you look at the exact definition, the National Guard is a militia. So it's not, a militia can be government organized, it can also be locally organized.
Right. Uh, yeah. So the original point I was making there was just that, based on whatever opinion a person has of the Constitution, how much they have studied that, how much they orient their political philosophy towards that, they will certainly have an opinion on that case, as it relates to how they view the Second Amendment. But just to provide you some disagreement with what you were saying before. Um, I can see how that the judge, in his position of trying to make the best decision for um, public safety. I think that's a lot of. I think that's the way a lot of judges and people in public service kind of think about things. Um, I can see how, even if he were not to factor in the whole self-preservation aspect, I think Joel mentioned that earlier, self-preservation in terms of like, oh well, if this guy does something in the future, then I'm gonna receive terrible backlash for not taking away his firearm when I could have. Even if we put that to a side, I think there's definitely an argument where a judge can say to even a law-abiding citizen like that business owner, you you cannot allow your emotions and your conduct to get so out of hand that you're in a situation where you're having an argument, you're having a verbal conflict, and you're not threatened. Your safety is not compromised. You're not in any sort of dangerous situation. You are speaking from a position of anger, and you are saying to this person who you have a professional relationship with, if you come to my business, or if you I don't know the details of it, but it's from what you described, it sounded like he was saying, if you come back to my business, to my property, I will use my firearm and I will shoot you. And I can see how a judge would have heard that and said, hey, man, uh, if you're in this sort of mental state, if you're saying these kinds of things when you get into a heated business argument, you cannot continue to keep your firearm at this time until something changes. Now, I don't know what that something
Okay,
was in terms of if it was therapy or behavioral
wait a minute. No, no, no,
education
no.
or anything like that. Go ahead.
So let's stop and think about what you just said. So a judge has the right to punish you based on your thoughts. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Sure.
Can you state that again?
Sure. Does a judge have the right to punish you for your thoughts in America?
You're asking me if a judge has a right to punish you for your thoughts.
Yes.
Well, my answer to that is I don't know, but I don't know if
Okay,
that
no, stop right
is
there.
an accurate.
Wait a minute, stop right there. I didn't say you made a crime. I want to be very specific here because it's very important. Does a judge have a right where you have not committed a crime, but you have a thought, and they will punish you for that thought? I can tell you without a shred of doubt There is nowhere in the United States laws, local, state, or federal, where they have that right. But in accepting the red flag laws, you are giving them a right that does not exist in the Constitution or any amendment or any law.
Okay, but you're using the word thought, and I don't know if that is applicable to this case because he spoke those thoughts
So what?
to this person he was having an argument with.
So what? I can speak my thoughts. I can speak any thought.
Okay.
I want to
great.
punch, when Joe Biden says he wants to punch Donald Trump in the face, that is a thought. Do you think he was about to do that?
Okay, I'm not talking about like campaign rhetoric.
No.
Right now.
See, but there's no difference. Wait a minute. There is no difference. He spoke and said a thought. There is no difference about if I say I want to hit you, whether I'm angry or not, whether I'm in an argument or not. I just said something that could sound violent. Depends on the context. But more importantly, that's me just saying what I'm thinking. That's not a crime. But yet, under a red flag law, that is a crime and it is punishable, even though there's not a court in the world will ever convict me for saying those words. Do you understand the consequence?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think speeches at rallies are the same kind of thing as having a direct one-to-one conversation with somebody, having a very unpleasant disagreement with them, and saying to them, if you do this, if you come to my business, I will take my firearm and shoot you. I don't think those are the same things.
Well, no. You mean to tell me that if I have a mob of people behind me, that I tell that mob to do something, or I allow them to infer that I want them to take some action, that's not powerful? There is no difference. Words are words, whether one person hears them or whether 100 people hear them. How people react to that does not change. And again, it's still words. Now, I agree with you. If I tell someone to burn down a building, I've given them an order. That's me inciting them. Fine. But if I say that you need to get off my property, or a burglar breaks into my house, get out of my house or I will shoot you, have I committed a crime?
Right. So in that situation, the context is very important, because what you're doing is
Why?
you're issuing a verbal warning.
No. That's a threat. It's not a warning. It's a threat. Get off my property, or I'll shoot you. It's a threat.
Yeah.
I don't have to say that. In
But
fact,
they've already broken the law and
so what?
Trespassing onto your property.
That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with the violence that I am threatening to do. Because again, all I said is they broke into my house. I threatened to shoot them. Kamala Harris said that herself. If you break into my house, I will shoot you. Well, that's a threat, because that person who broke into your house does not mean that they have committed violence. It doesn't mean that they will commit violence. That's just a threat. That's her, Kamala Harris, saying that she will commit violence. Shouldn't someone have a red flag against her because she said if you're in her house, she will shoot you?
Right. So again, in my view, the context is important, because whether it's Kamala Harris or anyone else, if they say, if you break into my home, if you commit a crime in which you will be, in the process of committing your crime, you're threatening me and my family, then I will have to take defensive measures and I will have to shoot you.
Okay, so if I pick your pocket, do you get to shoot me?
Okay, hang on a second. I feel like we're straying a little bit.
No. We have to be. Let me explain, Graham, that we have to be very careful, because we're talking about laws and we're talking about people's lives, how it's going to be applied. So if we say, "Oh, you've committed a crime, so you have to be punished," or I have a limit on how I can punish you. See, we accept that if I pick your pocket, that doesn't mean I get to shoot you. That's not a deadly threat. So me shooting you because you picked my pocket is inappropriate. That's generally understood. So that's fine.
So just if you're going to talk about pickpocketing, then I'll try to come up with a relevant case if you're okay with that. There was a situation where I think he was a young man. I think he was a minor. I believe he was 19. And he grew up in like an inner city environment, surrounded by crime his whole life. And at some point he started learning the art of pickpocketing, as in like walking up to strangers, asking them for directions, being able to grab hold of their attention, and then while they were
Yeah.
thinking about how to respond to his questions, he would pick their pockets.
Yeah.
He thought it would be a funny idea to do that to a police officer and to actually take the police officer's gun out of his holster. And he went through with that idea. He was about to take the gun out of the holster, and then another cop, I don't know if it was his partner or just happened to be in the vicinity, he saw what was happening. He drew his firearm and he shot the minor while the minor was in the act of picking the officer's pocket in terms of his firearm. So in that case, what's your opinion of that?
Absolutely. It's a deadly weapon, and you don't know the intent. Sure, I have no problem with that. By the way, there, again, depends on the context a little bit, because there is a guy who is, I think he used to do YouTube videos, where he would use what do you call those grabbers? You know, people use them in supermarkets to grab claws, I think they call them, to take things off of high shelves. And he would use that to try and take police officers' guns in front of their face. But the difference there is he's facing the officer. They can see exactly what he's doing, and it's not his physical hand grabbing the firearm. It's him just trying to grab it that way. So there's a little bit of a difference there. But, and obviously he's staging that to make a political point. The example you're talking about, though, is this kid is getting possession. When you don't know if he knows how to use a firearm or not. You don't know what his intention is when he gets that firearm. That is a deadly weapon. I would presume deadly intent. Why would you take a gun from a police officer to shoot somebody? That would be the normal, logical line of reasoning. And therefore I would shoot them because they're a threat. Because we often see there have been many criminals who have been on YouTube and they started fires and riots for this because they took a stun gun or a handgun from an officer and tried to kill them with it. So yes, that is. But now we're going a little bit afield, and this is the problem. It's an intricate conversation, but let's bring it back to the red flag laws. So if I say, I'm going to take your gun and I'm going to shoot you. Now, I could say that for a lot of different reasons. Context kind of matters, but here's the thing. I'm saying that. Does that mean that I now need to go to jail? No, and probably won't. But they can put a red flag against me. If I say that I'm going to kick you in your knee and break your leg, they can use a red flag against me. If I say I'm going to punch you in the face, they're going to use a red flag against me. There is almost nothing. I can say almost anything, and they can put a red flag against me. Did you know that if I said that illegal aliens should be put into shipping containers and sent back to their home countries, they can put a red flag against me? So it's because they are equating negative thoughts that they don't like with violence, and they're taking away they're going to punish me. It silences free speech. I can't say what I think. And it doesn't matter. People get in arguments every damn day. Go to the Bronx or any big city, walk through the neighborhood. I guarantee you're going to find somebody who's in an argument with someone else. And in that argument, You will find people who will say, I'm going to kill you. Not because they plan to kill somebody, but because they're in an argument. And some of them will say, I will stab you, or I will punch you, I will beat you down, whatever the form that they say. But that's because they're in an argument. And they never touch that person. But the government is now saying, oh, you had a thought. I'm going to take your property. And by the way, in doing that, they didn't stop that person from committing crimes, to be a drug lord, to be able to be a sex slaver. It didn't stop them from getting another gun and going out on a mass shooting rampage. You haven't done anything to protect anyone, but you have punished that person for a thought. So you've killed the First Amendment in the hope that you might protect someone's life, even though it might not have ever been in danger. There's a reason why we have due process. That's not due process. That's punishment. It's a violation of the Eighth Amendment. It is a punishment well beyond the crime because there is no crime. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think we're I think we're pretty close to wrapping up the topic, because I don't want to bog you down on this for too long. I'll just say that I don't think that the judge was punishing. From what you described, it sounded like the judge was not punishing the business owner for his thoughts. It sounds like he was punishing the business owner for his speech. And I think you agree that there are limits on the First Amendment, freedom of speech. Like,
No.
for instance, we can't yell fire in a crowded building.
Sure you can. Just has to be fire. You can't lie about it. You can't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, no.
And
That's this. I want to be very clear. That's the
Yeah.
difference that the Supreme Court makes. Yes, you absolutely can yell fire. In fact, you can yell fire even if there isn't a fire. But the difference is, if you yell fire and there isn't one, and it causes a panic and people get injured, then you are punishable because of what you said. But you have the right to say it. You absolutely, without question, have the right to say it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, based on what you just said, I agree with that. And if somebody uses the the false pretense of a fire in a crowded environment in order to cause a stampede and get people hurt, they can be criminally prosecuted for that.
Right. That's not protected speech, but they still have the right to speak it.
Right. So the last thing I'll say about this is I personally don't have a strong opinion either way in terms of this sort of this two-way binary that we're describing here, in terms of the people who focus on the Second Amendment. Do they value more the phrase right to bear arms shall not be infringed, or do they value the phrase well-regulated militia? I don't fall down heavily either side in terms of that that philosophy, but I will say that I think I understand the perspective. Maybe they're on the left, or maybe they really focus on the well-regulated militia part. That people who want legal gun owners to be held to higher moral standards because they have the legal ability to walk around with devices that can kill from a distance. And it's not like a bow and arrow where, like, you would have to really train and
that's not true.
And there's a slower rate of fire.
No,
that's not.
That is not true.
Hang on. What I'm saying is, a person can obtain a pistol, and a pistol has roughly 6 shots in it, and they can stand from a distance, and they can kill from a distance. I can see how people who want legal gun owners to be well regulated, to be held to higher moral standards, will agree with the judge when the judge says, hey, you can't use this type of speech when you were not physically threatened. The appropriate response, if you're in a verbal altercation with your employee, is, hey, if you come to my business, I will call the police, I will have you
No,
escorted out, and
no,
I
no,
will file a restraining order against you in order to prevent you from coming back to my business.
no. Okay, no on all of that, and let me explain why. And I know you know I'm not picking on you, Graham. I'm picking on the argument. You know that, but I want to make sure the audience understands it as well. First of all, there is no difference between a bow and arrow, a spear, you know, literally a piece of wood that I sharpen, or a handgun. I can kill with any of those at a distance, and I can do it quickly, and I can do it repeatedly. And we have seen throughout history that that can be done. There is no difference. So there is no higher moral standard between owning a firearm, a bow and arrow, a stick, or a rock, or a whole pile of rocks, because they all do the same thing. So there is no higher moral standard. And by pretending there is, we justify the negative consequence that some want to inflict on others. It's about power. It's about, I have the power to punish you. So they want to. And they want to take away your freedom. And so they do that. But there is no difference in the moral standard. That's one. The second part of what you were saying is, I can speak to my employees any damn way I want to. And they can speak to me any damn way they want to. And yes, there can be consequences of that, but the government doesn't get to say, you can't say that. The second the government says, you can't say that, there is no free speech. There is nothing that the government cannot tell you that you cannot say. They can control everything you say from that point onwards because they can punish you. There is no free speech. So, no, I do not agree with that. The government does not get to say, well, you're a business owner, you don't get to say that. Yes, you do. There may be a consequence, but I get to say it. You can't punish me for saying that. You may punish me for the consequence of that, but not because I said it. Oh, hell no. That's like saying hate speech, you can't say that. Screw you, yes, I can. Now, there may be another consequence that goes with it, but I can say it all day long. There is no such thing as hate speech. There is no such thing as condoned or appropriate speech. Doesn't happen. Because the second you say that, there is no free speech. Everything is controlled, and you have no freedom. So I do not agree with that, because it is an absolutely dangerous road to walk down. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I think I do. Listen, man, I really appreciate your perspective on this. Thanks for this conversation. And as I said earlier, I'm going to let you get back to your show because I know you have a lot to cover.
No problem at all. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Michael.
You're welcome, Graham.
See ya.
All right. Okay, so folks, as always, I'm always happy to hear from anyone during the show with questions, ideas, different things you want to talk about. That's fine, because that's how we improve, each of us. And again, I was not picking on Graham at any point. I'm talking about the issues that he's bringing up, the laws that he was bringing up. And we're trying to address that so we can have a better understanding of the law and how it should or shouldn't be applied and how to improve things. And so that's why I was bringing that up. Because when we talk about, and I guarantee you, what happened in Birmingham, Alabama is going to be put into the context and is, as we speak, being put into the context of gun control and the Second Amendment. So we need to understand. We need to have these conversations. I'm not saying that you have to agree with me. You don't. But I want you to understand what the understanding is, or my understanding, so that we have a basis to then make a judgment, to decide, is a red flag law that allows a judge to punish you without a crime being done because of words, is that going to stop a contract killing? Do you really believe it would stop the criminal? By having a gun ban, do you think that will stop the insane or the deranged from doing any of their actions, or a terrorist? Do you believe that's actually going to happen? Because that's what's being suggested right now because of Birmingham. Mind you, they didn't say that. They have every day almost, you can say, especially during the summer, every day in Chicago, you can make that argument. The same argument that's being made about Birmingham right now. You can do that almost every day in Chicago. Almost every day you can make that argument in Detroit, in Baltimore, in LA, in New York. You can do this. And we can say it about knives. We can say it about baseball bats. We can say it about sharp sticks, rocks, cars, planes. It never ends. And the truth of it is that these aren't going to stop anyone. And all you're doing is you're taking away liberty and freedom every single time. And I hope that in discussing the Second Amendment, discussing the red flag laws, and discussing what's happening in Birmingham, I hope that conversation with Graham gave more insight into that. I hope it did. If it didn't, tell me. But I hope it did. And yes, Joel, I know that sometimes, depending on the phone and the connection, it may come off a little bit a lower volume than what I'm using in the show, but that's just the connections. I try and balance it as best I can. Hey, I'm limited in the equipment I have, and, you know, I'm only one man, so we do the best we can here. So if it's low, I'm sorry, but as long as you can hear the call, that's important. And every call is a little different depending on where people are calling from, the phone they have, all that kind of stuff. Okay. So I was talking about that. Let me go to, instead of talking about what's happening in Birmingham, I did want to talk about the rest of the world. I want to talk about other things that are happening right now that are affecting us, like Israel versus Lebanon, because that is also a factor. Oh, by the way, I see Teabaggin over on Rumble said having a real culture again. Teabaggin on Rumble has just said that having a real culture again in the United States would help in preventing things like what happened, like the shooting, the contract killing, apparently, in Birmingham, Alabama. It would help against mass shootings and school shootings. You've got a good point there, Teabaggin. That's a very good point. The culture has changed significantly, and that's part of the reason why we don't really see more mass shootings. We really see about, when you actually look at the numbers and look at it and take out the gang shootings, you take out drugs and such, and suicides, realistically we see about 100 mass shootings every year, with about 20 people killed in those 100 mass shootings every year. That's really what the number is, on average. One year may be up a little bit, one year may be down a little bit, but it's about 100 mass shootings per year with about 20 people killed per year. That's the real numbers. And the culture has changed in that we talk about that more. We focus on it more sometimes. And the media uses that to push political agendas more than ever before. Because that number, approximately 100 mass shootings every year with about 20 people killed in a year, has been consistent and correct since the 1980s. Let me say it again, since the 1980s. And I know this because Professor James Allen Fox out of Northeastern University, no, it's Northwestern University, did a study on this, and he actually looked over 40 years of data. So that's the actual truth about it. But again, the politicians don't like to give you data because it doesn't prove what they're saying, and it tells you that their promise is empty. And it doesn't stop contract killings like in Birmingham, or gang, which I think is a gang killing, but we'll get into that later. But I wanted to talk about what's happening here in what we see happening in Israel versus Lebanon. I put out a short earlier this week when Israel decided to use the pagers to blow up or injure members of Hezbollah. I thought that was brilliant. I thought that was one of the most brilliant pinpoint targeting bombings that has ever happened in the history of mankind. And I know some people, but there were some people who got hurt. Collateral. Do you know how much collateral damage is done when a missile or a bomb is just dropped? That is the least. What Israel did was the least collateral intensive bombing ever in the history of mankind. To my knowledge. I cannot think of another situation where it has been more pinpoint, more accurate, more specific. And I think it was great. And then they followed it up with the walkie-talkies, which I thought was also brilliant, fantastic. I talked about it on the Wednesday at 7 p.m. with the Liberty First Foundation. We have our panel discussion. I was talking about, I thought it was absolutely brilliant. But it's not perfect because it did result in what we see here. This is in Israel earlier today. And this is the response by Hezbollah. Wait for it. Wait for it. Did you see that? That's a missile. That's a missile from Hezbollah. And if you want to tell me that the pager, oh my God, Israel blew up a pager, the collateral damage, oh my God, Israel blew up a walkie-talkie, the collateral damage. Did you just see that missile come from Hezbollah? I want to hear people talk about the collateral damage of that missile. And it wasn't the only one. And we know that Hezbollah, Hamas, they fired over 8,000 missiles against civilians, just like we're seeing on this screen right now. What about that collateral damage? What about that? Oh, but we don't talk about that. By the way, just so you know, playing it all the way to the end. Look at the shrapnel. That's collateral damage. That's what happens when a missile hits. That's not what happened when the pagers blew up. That's not what happened when the walkie-talkies blew up. Look at this. So all these people who want to talk about, oh my God, but Mike, the collateral damage, I feel so bad. I feel so bad for Hezbollah. I feel so bad for Hamas. Oh my God, those poor people. Yeah, those poor people who fire missiles like Iran, like the Houthis, like Hezbollah, like Hamas, who fire these missiles in the thousands, not one, not three, in the thousands. And this is what they do. And the left want to scream and shout and be, oh my God, the pager. That ain't a pager. That isn't a walkie-talkie. And yeah, so if Israel is saying, I blow up a couple thousand pagers versus having to do that, yeah, I'm all for it. All for it every day. And if you tell me that Lebanon's response is, oh, so a dozen people got killed and or injured because a pager or a walkie-talkie blew up for your terrorists. So the terrorists had about a dozen of their people get killed because they're terrorists, because they had a walkie-talkie or a pager. Their answer is, let me just bomb innocent civilians again. There is a difference there. There is a massive difference in the world, and we should be against, and I cannot fathom the argument that people have for Hezbollah, or Hamas, or the Houthis, or Iran. I do not understand it. How do you support terrorism? How do you support this collateral damage that people are just dropping bombs on civilians on purpose? They're not targeting members of the government, the military. No, they're just dropping bombs on civilians because they want to drop bombs on civilians. I'm sorry, I do not see the equivalence here. I do not see that being something we should be upset about. And yes, Israel has been back and forth, and by the way, I'm just playing this out from the Hindustan Times. It was pre-recorded. They had a poll which they ask, it's on the screen right now, will the Lebanon, it's not Lebanon. Israel did not blow up the Lebanese pagers or Lebanese walkie-talkies. They blew up Hezbollah, a terrorist organization. It was targeted. They didn't go after the Lebanese people. And see, Hindustan Times is doing the same thing that we saw with the BBC, the same thing we saw with Alabama.com, is the phrasing, the wording they're using is to incite fear, and it's political. Because you see them saying it's Lebanon. No. Lebanon is the place it happened. It's against Hezbollah. It is targeting terrorists. It isn't just random. It's not Israel versus a country. It's Israel versus terrorists. It's very specific. And if you say, well, they're just blowing up pagers in Lebanon, now you're being inspecific to be able to get a political objective. You're trying to incite fear, and you're inciting that fear to get a political outcome. And we need to call that out. So the Hindustan Times is so wrong here when they ask in their poll, will Lebanon pager and walkie-talkie blast attacks start a full war between Hezbollah and Israel? Well, wait a minute. Let's think about that. Will the Hezbollah, the targeted bombing of Hezbollah, will that start a war with Hezbollah and Israel? They've already been in a war. Where have you been? It's been 11 months now, 11 months that Hezbollah has been bombing and attacking civilians in Israel after the October 7th, 2023 attack by Hamas against civilians. And Hamas, as soon as they made that attack, Hezbollah was backing them up, dropping missiles and bombs. So the Hindustan Times, again, is manipulating this. They're trying to, well, they are negatively impacting the public. They're trying to be political to protect Hezbollah, a terrorist organization. It's incredible to me. It's incredible to me when we see this. And when we think about it, words matter so much. So much. And we have to pay attention to the way people are trying to manipulate us so that they can get a political outcome. How they're trying to manipulate your emotions so they get a political outcome. Grace has a comment, and Grace says, last I heard, Israel still hadn't claimed that they had blown up the pagers or the walkie-talkies. No, you're correct, Grace. Israel hasn't said that they did it. I have no doubt that they did. I don't think anyone in the universe doubts that they did, but they didn't officially say they did it. That's true. She goes on to say, it makes me wonder whether it was one group fighting another like gang wars. That would be a reasonable thought, except we're talking about the scope. If it was like 5 pagers and 5 walkie-talkies, yeah, it could be another group. We're talking about thousands upon thousands of pagers and hand walkie-talkies. And it's coordinated just before further action by Israel against Lebanon. So I would believe, because of the scope of it, you would need, these terrorist organizations aren't big enough. They don't have the resources, the personnel, the access to be able to coordinate this and have this done. To not just they have to get the pagers, they have to insert the explosives, they have to have the remotes, they have to have the technology to be able to do this, to program this, they have to have the broadcasting software to spread this out. I don't think it was another organization. I mean, you would literally need another governmental level organization to be able to do this, which again is why I think it's Israel. Now, you could say, well, it was Iran, except Iran supports Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis. So Iran could do it, but they're the ones who are supporting these guys because they're attacking Israel for Iran. So, no, I don't see that. You could say, well, maybe it would be Saudi Arabia or Qatar. No, because they don't support Hezbollah. And Well, because they don't support Hezbollah, they're more likely to use Israel because it doesn't get them involved in the fight. Whenever you want to see, whenever you see Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, whenever they want to attack these terrorist organizations, which means attack Israel, Iran, they support Israel. It's just as effective. And it doesn't get them into the fight. It lets Israel fight for them. They use Israel is their proxy. I mean, Israel is fighting anyway on its own, but they just support Israel, and that's their proxy to fight against Iran and all of the terrorism that Iran supports, which is why the Middle East is such a complete mess. It's so intricate. There's so many levels to that. But one of those levels is that many of the Middle Eastern nations that absolutely hate Iran and the terrorism that Iran supports, they fight that through supporting Israel because Israel is directly fighting Iran. And it saves them time and it saves them political complications. You know, you may not like that the United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia just gave $1 billion or $2 billion or some kind of military aid to Israel, but that's a whole lot different than attacking Iran directly. Attacking Iran directly gets you into a war. Supporting Israel, maybe you get a trade deal that gets canceled. That's about it. So that's part of the math that goes on in the Middle East on a regular basis. But I truly believe that Israel is not the bad guy in this. I do not believe it is. But I'm not the only one speaking about this, because what does Axios, as an example, let's look at how the left looks at this. Okay? This is from Axios. Israel detonates Hezbollah walkie-talkies a day after the pager attack. Hooray. Good news. I was happy. I was cheering. So the big picture, second wave of clandestine attacks is another serious security breach in Hezbollah's ranks. Shouldn't we be happy? Hezbollah is an international terrorist organization. We should be happy about that. Where else did it go? Lebanon's health ministry said 14 people were killed and 450 wounded in the attacks. That is minimal. Minimal. The attack further damages Hezbollah's military and control, which the entire Middle East is happy about. They don't like Hezbollah. They don't want Hezbollah to be around. The rest of the Middle East would be happy. Jordan, Syria, again, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Qatar, they all hate Hezbollah. What was it? Behind the scenes, the two sources said Israel's goal in the second wave of attacks was to increase paranoia and fear in Hezbollah's ranks, not Lebanon, not the Lebanese people, Hezbollah's ranks, in an attempt to press the military's leadership to change its policy regarding the conflict in Israel, to stop supporting Hamas, to stop attacking Israeli citizens that they have been attacking for 11 months. See, that's something that Axios isn't telling you, that there has been a, undeclared war between Hezbollah and Israel for 11 months, 1 month less than what's been going on with Hamas. Hamas committed and declared war against Israel. A month later, Hezbollah decided to declare war against Israel as well. What Axios doesn't want to tell you is that Hezbollah started this. Hezbollah decided that they had to jump on the side of Hamas, that they had to help out their terrorist brothers and to attack Israel civilians. They're not attacking military bases. They're not attacking the government. They're attacking civilians on purpose with thousands of missiles that they bought and built with Iran. Oh, but they don't want to talk about that. I think it's insane. I think it's insane. That's me. You may disagree, but I think it's important. And we need a strong leader. This will not end until we get a strong leader in place. The reason why this is happening in the first place is because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are weak. Because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have no respect. No one in the world respects them. And so this has started. The reason why Hamas still, to this day, almost a year, they had continued to hold Americans hostage, at least the ones that are still alive, that they are continuing to hold them hostage and torturing them and sexually abusing them for nearly a year is because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are weak. Kamala Harris told everyone over a month ago at the DNC convention, told everyone that her number one priority every single day is to get back the American hostages held by Hamas. 2 weeks ago, Hamas shot one of the American hostages rather than let the Israeli IDF, their government, rescue an American being held hostage by Hamas. They shot him in the head rather than let him get rescued. What did Kamala say about that? What did Joe Biden say about that? What have they done about that? Americans are being held hostage and killed. And they won't talk about it. Oh, yes, you got the promise from Kamala on the stage and said, I'm going to save them. Why haven't you? You've had almost a year. Someone was just killed 2 weeks ago, shot in the head so that he couldn't be rescued. What are you doing? They won't even talk about it. That's how weak they are. That's why it's happening. And it will continue to happen. I was talking to my friend, my good friend Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, and I told him. And I made this prediction on his show. And I said to Larry, I said, this will end in January of 2025. The war in the Ukraine and the Hamas holding American hostages will end January of 2025, if not sooner. Why? Because they're afraid of Trump. If President Trump wins in the 2024 election, they will stop. Why? Because they did that the last time. See, under Obama, Putin went into the Ukraine and he got the Crimea. And he was more than happy to continue to have that fighting going on. Iran was barn-stomping across all of the Middle East. We had Syria war going on under the the Obama-Biden administration, because they didn't respect Obama, even though he would bomb the hell out of Americans overseas, which is illegal. But Obama did it anyway. And then when Trump came in, they all stopped. They all calmed down. They stopped trying to have all these attacks because they were afraid Trump was going to blow them to hell. At least that's what he threatened to do, and they were afraid he would actually follow through. So they calmed down. The second that he was out, Biden came in, and Biden ran away from the Taliban. And then all of this happened. This is because all of this that's happening right now is because of Biden and because of Kamala Harris, because they are weak. And when I say that they are the root of the problem, that includes the fact that, remember, they ran away from Afghanistan, abandoning 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, lied to your face. It was September 1st, 2021, when Joe Biden got on national TV and said he got everyone out except for 100 Americans. And we know, factually, empirically, absolutely, over 1,000 Americans were rescued from Afghanistan within the next year. Over 1,000. He said it was 100. He lied to your face, knowing that he left over 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan and just ran away. He gave the Taliban millions, billions of in equipment and in money and in bases, And we were told it's for the good because the Taliban they promised, just like a Democrat, they promised that they were going to take care of women, that they wouldn't go back to their old ways of being terrorists. Here's the article from September 19th from The Economist. The Taliban is removing every shred of freedom from women. 3 years to the day after America's withdrawal, the Taliban lied. Shock. They lied to everyone. And they have, because Joe Biden ran away with his tail between his legs and ran as fast as he could, America has no influence. We have no way of punishing them. They made promises to us and they didn't keep them. And women are suffering. Not because I say so, The Economist says so. Because the UN says so. Because the world has been watching and they say so. You won't hear that from the Democratic women's organizations. They don't want to talk about it anymore. They stopped talking about Afghanistan and the plight of women in Afghanistan September 2021. They stopped talking about it because it wasn't politically good for them. It wasn't good for their election. So they stopped talking about it. They won't mention it. This is directly the problem of Biden. And it shows you what happens when you have a weak leader who has no plan. This is what happens when we get Kamala and Joe Biden acting on international policy. Women are suffering. The world is suffering. The crazy terrorists around the world are getting more active and they are trying to assert their power because there is a power vacuum in the world when the United States has a weak president. That is what I believe. Now, you may tell me, Mike, I don't agree with that. That's fine. Show me the evidence that that isn't the case. When Donald Trump was talking and calling North Korea's supreme leader, Kim Jong-un, and calling him Rocket Man and taunting him, guess what happened? It wasn't World War III, because that's what the news media told you was going to happen. That's what they told you should be afraid of. It's going to be World War III. It's all over now. Donald Trump is teasing North Korea. Oh my God, the world is going to end. And instead, we had the biggest diplomatic advance towards peace with North Korea since the Korean War. We had a president, U.S. president, for the first time step on North Korean soil. We had negotiations with the North Korean people. They stopped for an entire year, bombing, sending off missiles and rockets and ballistic weapons at Japan. They stopped for an entire year. They actually considered trying to reunify with South Korea. That's what we had with a strong leader. None of that exists with weak leaders like Obama and Kamala Harris, and Biden. It's just a fact. And no one wants to talk about it because it might change the way you vote. Might just understanding the truth and understanding the weakness and the lack of planning and the lack of reaction, seeing the consequences of this around the world, you might not vote Democrat because Kamala is just as bad as Joe Biden. They're just as useless. So they don't want to talk about that because they want to maintain power. That's what it ultimately is about. One of the things I wanted to mention internationally, and I think this is important as well, is it's about to get worse. All of the problems we've been dealing with, especially in terms of illegal immigration, are about to get worse. Because we're seeing the rest of the world, and since the United States is not leading the world, they're going and doing their own thing. They don't have someone to follow behind. They don't have a goal. But what they did see is under a center-right United States with Donald Trump, who is centrist, leaning right. He's not Republican truly, but he is centrist, leaning right, which is traditionally what America is. And they saw that when we had a strong, centrist, right-leaning leader, we closed the borders. We reduced the number of illegal aliens coming into America. We had more stability in our country. New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, the infrastructure in those cities weren't breaking as fast as they possibly could. We weren't, well, we still had a lot of debt, but the debt wasn't so insurmountable as we see right now. Europe paid attention. Europe took the lesson from America under a strong centrist right leader and said, this open border policy, this progressive ideology, it's not working. It's not working for anyone. It has failed. We tried this social experiment. The experiment failed. It hasn't worked for any country. Not one in Europe has had a positive outcome from this open border tactic. In fact, all of them are suffering to some degree, some more than others. Germany more than most. And so Germany has now started going center right. And one of the things they're saying is they're going to close their border. They're not the only ones. Italy is trying to do it. We see Sweden, we see Poland are all trying to close their borders. They don't want illegal aliens. They don't want to have these open borders. They want to restrict people from coming to their country, just like we did here in America under the Trump administration, because it works, because it's beneficial. It helps their country. That's not to say that they have no immigrants. It's just that you can't be an illegal immigrant. You can't just walk into the country and say, hey, here I am, take care of me, because that doesn't help anyone. And we know that right now, the right-leaning conservative German government, or the part of the government, 1/3 of the government, is center-right, which according to Germany, that might as well be the far right. To be center-right is far-right. In Europe and in Germany and even in America, if you're center-right, well, then you're far-right. They don't see a difference between that, which is stupid in and of itself. That's just ridiculous. That is, the equivocation there is beyond my belief. But what we're seeing is they're saying they're going to close their borders. Now, the left is terrified. They're like, oh my God, you can't close the border. You can't kick out the illegal aliens. Who's going to do the job? Who's doing the jobs before the immigrants got there? Your people. The illegal aliens only came to do the jobs that your people said, I don't want to do it anymore. But they will do the job. Your people will do the job because your people were doing the job in the first place. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a job there. So, and that's what the far right, that's what the center right is saying throughout all of Europe. Our people will take care of the job. It'll help our economy in terms of unemployment, and our people can and will do the job if we tell them, go and do the job. We're not going to have illegal aliens do it. So my question is, and this is the part most people aren't thinking about, if Germany, if Italy, if Sweden, Poland, even in France, we're starting to see, because France is also coming under fire with all of this, even in France, the center-right movement is going to be closing all of their borders. Where are those illegal aliens going to go? The United Kingdom and the United States. That's where they're going to go. Because if we have open borders in the United States, if we have a weak, left-leaning president like Kamala Harris, they will come here because the border is open. Because people like Kathy Hochul and Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, complain all day long that New York State cannot afford the 200,000 illegal aliens that we have that have entered through our open border, but they won't close the border. We hear from California from Gavin Newsom. We hear all the time from Gavin Newsom how he's complaining about illegal aliens. The burden on the public for taking care of those illegal aliens is too much. It's breaking California, but he won't close the border. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have talked forever about we have to help these illegal aliens, that we have to spread the burden across all of America, but they won't close the border. When Europe closes their borders, where do you think those illegal aliens are going to go? Whether it's in France, whether it's in Germany, Italy, Sweden, Poland, where are they going? UK, US. Just letting you know, if we continue to have an open border policy, or if sanctuary cities, even with a strong leader like Donald Trump, even if we have that, they're going to be going to California. Because California is a sanctuary state. They believe in illegal aliens all day, every day. New York State, Kathy Hochul, believes in illegal aliens all day, every day. Mayor Eric Adams is more than willing to allow more and more illegal aliens every day, all day. They will welcome them in. They will usher them in. Illinois, Massachusetts will take in these illegal aliens. And I am just letting you be prepared. In 2025, you will see a massive influx coming from Middle Eastern individuals who will be coming from Germany. They'll be coming from France. They're going to be coming from Italy and Poland and Sweden. As the EU shuts down their open borders, they're all coming to the United States. They're coming to your neighborhood. And they want you to pay them the $60,000 that Eric Adams is paying right now for every one of those illegal aliens. They will want to sleep in a 3-star and 4-star hotel like they are in New York City. They're going to want you to pay for their food. They're coming so that you can take care of them. Just letting you know. All right, I need to take a break. We've been going for about 2 hours, which I think is great. But I need to take a little bit of a break. I need to get a glass of water. I'm sweating. We're going to take about a 1 hour break. We'll come back at 5:30, and I'll pick right back up. We'll talk about the domestic. Of course, I'm always willing to hear your phone calls. I always look forward to all of your comments, like Teabagging, like Grace, like Joel, like Graham, even Cool Roy. I look forward to seeing all of your comments and more, whether you agree or disagree. I'm looking forward to each and every one of you. I'm not going away. Like I said, it's just going to be an hour. We're going to come back. What I'm going to do is, for the hour, I'm going to play what happened yesterday. You may have seen this live. You may have seen this on, I have a second channel. It's called Old Man Voss, V-A-S-S. And I did a top 10 list. I'm going to try and do this every week. A top 10 list in relation to sci-fi, and a challenge between me and my guest. We're going to go through our top 10 of whatever. And this week, I just did it with Larry Sharp. It was the first time we did it. And we were going through who we thought were the best science fiction villains in TV and movies of all time. And so we had to put together a top 10 list. I'm going to play that. No, Joe, the show's not over. I'm just taking a break for an hour, and I will be back. This way you guys can go out. Joe, I know you're new. I take a break for an hour. I'm not going away. The show's still on. And you guys get to go to the bathroom, get to walk your dog, have some food. I'm going to walk my dog. And then we're coming back. And then I'll just pick back up in the live stream. So the live stream does not end. Does not end. Just to let you know, girl. So here we go.
Running wild stories yet untold. Blinded by the fences they can comprehend. Thinking their wolves, their illusions won't end. Oh, can't you seem so lost? Dancing with wolves at a high cost. Break down the fences, regain your sight.
everybody. Hello, and thank you for joining me. This is the Old Man Voss, and I'm happy to be here with you today. It is Saturday, the 21st, 3 p.m., and I am live to talk with you about some sci-fi, a top 10 list.
It's tough for the internet to handle. We might break it. That's all.
Because it's a brand new setup, folks. And I have, because it's a brand new setup, folks. And I have no idea. Trying to check real quick. Because it's a brand new setup. No, it's not showing live. Let's try that again. Okay. Bear with me, folks. Okay. Now everyone should be able to see us. So let's double check. There we go. You're up and
I'm here. Look at me. I'm here. It's amazing.
Now you
just made it.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, folks, gotta bear with me. It's a little bit experimental. We're trying a couple of new things to bring everybody on the channel. So I apologize if it looked like, what are they doing? They don't know what they're doing. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Larry's fine. I'm a little lost.
It's two power-packed hardcore people together, Mike. It's tough for the internet to handle. We might break it. That's all I'm saying. We might break it.
Exactly. We
Yes.
very much could. So, folks, we can see your live stream. We can see your chat, and we can see you on Rumble as well. We're on Rumble. We're on YouTube on two different channels, No Soundbites Allowed and Old Man Voss. And I'm happy to have you all here with me. So, with that all said, we're going to be talking about sci-fi.
Yes.
We're going to be talking about villains. We're going to be talking about the best villains in sci-fi. That's now, to be fair, we had to whittle it down a little bit because, I mean, there's movies, there's comic books, anime. It's a huge genre. And I think we did a great job because we said, let's just keep it to TV movies. All-time best TV movies for sci-fi. And I think that's a pretty good, that's still a pretty big list.
We also agreed to pull out Marvel, so no Marvel universe.
Right. Right. No, well, did we say that?
Uh-oh, that means you put a Marvel guy in yours. We said no Marvel.
I forgot about that. No worries. That doesn't.
You put a Marvel guy in. See, I had Marvel guys. I pulled my Marvel guys out because I could have put like 3 in my list.
Well, I only had one, but okay.
I could have put like 2 or 3. I put none. So you got to swap that one out.
I'll swap that out. I'll swap that out.
Right. There we go.
Slight change to my list. I screwed up. It happens. I was worried about trying to get all the rest of this to work, which also didn't quite work, but whatever. Okay, so that's the exclusions we had. By the way, there is another exclusion, which I also forgot. This is the first time we're doing it, so making it up as we go a little bit. But you're not going to see the alien species, the Cylons, the Daleks, the Predator species, and also the Terminators. They're all species. They're not individual. So that's all out.
Well, you got a Marvel person, so I did pick an individual within the species specifically.
That's fine. And that's going to be our exclusion because it's the first one, and I didn't have all the rules in mind when I started making it up.
It's fine.
So you're going to have your species, one of the species, and I'm going to have one of the Marvel because I screwed up.
All right.
But that's fine. Now we know rules going forward. So no species. Also, we're talking sci-fi, not sci-fantasy. Right. So Sauron, Pinhead, Dracula, Frankenstein, Wolfman, Ghosts, they're all out.
Yep.
Can't have any of them because that's supernatural. So if you're thinking demons or Lucifer or Mephistopheles or Asmodeus, demons, anything like that, they're all out. That's supernatural. So they don't count either. That's entirely different category. I put that all into fantasy.
Yep. We're on board.
Okay. So pretty straightforward. This way, going forward, when we do the list, I'll let people know about the exclusions, but now we know what's in our list. Now, before I'm going to get to the list, I want to ask, since I have the opportunity, I'm talking with you. And for people who don't know Larry Sharp, who is a good friend of mine, I've known you about 10 years now. And
8.
Is it 8? Well,
yeah, 8.
That's almost 10. Rounded
almost 10.
in my head.
Yep.
And I've known Larry since he ran for governor of New York.
Mm-hmm.
And which is kind of funny. Quick story there. I'm not getting into politics, but I met Larry because I was living in Binghamton, New York, Broome County, and which is upstate New York for people who don't know. And he was giving a speech. I was covering it because that's my day job. I do political commentary. And I was covering Larry, and I walked up to him after the event and I said, "Hey, I would love to do an interview with you." And he said, "Okay, let's go." I said, "What, right now?" He goes, "Yeah, right now. I've got time. You want to do it?" Of course, in politics news, I'm doing it. I'm going now. I'm going to go and do it, set it up live, and we're going to go right now. Went over to my home, which was my studio, set up the equipment, bang, went live right then and there. About 20 minutes after his initial event. None of this is planned. I said, "Okay, can I get you, since you're doing this, can we do 20 minutes to a half hour?" He said, "No problem. I can."
We did a little longer.
Yeah. And then we started talking. 2.5 hours later,
A little longer.
a little longer, I got Larry's handler, scheduler, are there, and they're just trying to work out the time on their map quest, and they're trying to figure out how much time do we need to get over there. Okay, it's getting close. It's getting close.
Because we had to drive to the next event.
Yeah,
We had to drive to the next event. Yeah, absolutely.
and we're just driving nuts because we're like in the middle of like a heated back and forth about a bunch of issues. And people love when Larry and I, because we're friends, we have different, like all friends, some different ideas, some different viewpoints on things, which is fine. And we can hash it out, and we're still friends at the end of the day.
And you're going to see how right I am today about sci-fi too. And you'll figure that also.
So that's a little bit. And by the way, we're both Marines. So yeah,
Also true.
We're
Yes.
hard-headed at times.
Also true.
But we defend our positions. We work really through it. So that's the big stuff about Larry. That's the big stuff about me. Fine. Let's talk. By the way, we have a couple of comments in here. And
I got them covered. You talk. I got them covered. You talk. You get us going. I got them covered.
Okay. We're going to get to your comments in just 1 second. Thank you for the comments. We do see them. But what I want to do is, before I get to the list itself, and since we know a little bit about Larry, but let's learn a little bit about Larry, the person. I have 4 questions for you, Larry. First one, let me ask you, and this may give away a little bit here, so it's up to you, but what's your favorite sci-fi movie, show, anime? It doesn't matter where it is in the genre. What is your favorite thing?
Well, I got to tell you, can I do old school, new school? Is that possible?
This has nothing to do with the list. It's just whatever is your favorite.
The overall, I am a Star Trek fan. Overall, it's my number one Star Trek. But I like the original series, and I like the original movies. So I guess I'm giving my age away. But that's my overall. I love the Kirk, Spock, McCoy. I love the original. I love the original. And of the movies, I love Wrath of Khan. Wrath of Khan's the best of the original Star Trek movies. I love those. So my favorite probably is Star Trek, because Star Trek was not only good, it was also good for its time. In fact, for its time, it was amazing. I mean, you look back now, it's still a good show you could enjoy, but there are better shows now. But for its time in the 60s, you could not find a better sci-fi show at that time in the 60s. Didn't exist that would have that kind of movement socially, real issues being couched in sci-fi, and real sci-fi. So like Star Trek, the original series, flip phones comes from sci-fi, right? The discs comes from Star Trek. So I would say overall Star Trek.
That's interesting. Series. That's an interesting choice. And a lot of people do have that choice. They do also agree with you on that. So that's kind of cool. And again, got nothing to do with the list, but that's just there. Let me also ask you, well, it was actually going to be the next question. is what's the most influential sci-fi in your opinion? The thing that had the most influence on either your life or the world?
Again, I go back to Star Trek. I think it's the same. It has had the most impact. People wanted to go off and do things and explore because of that. People wanted, and this is a fact. If you ask NASA scientists, specifically of the 90s and 2000s, why they went to NASA, at least a third of them will say because of Star Trek. I'm not joking. That's actually a thing. That's demonstrable. That's a fact. They will tell you that. They watched Star Trek and they thought, this is amazing. I want to go to space. I think that was still a critical one. I think Star Trek completely was the one. And maybe, I guess what made was another interesting one was maybe Doctor Who original, only because that concept early on. Again, I'm going 50s, 60s in that regard, but you're asking overall. I think that actually made the idea that you don't have to be shooting up things to be a hero, right? That was, I think, an exception there. The Doctor Who world was one you don't have to be shooting up things and blowing things up to be a sci-fi hero. I think that was interesting. Star Trek was a bit more of a warship, so there was much more of that. Sometimes you got to fight and do stuff. Was more realistic in that regard. I think Doctor Who was more aspirational in that regard, right? More inspirational. See, we can be the good guys and always have a good big heart, and it's okay. So maybe those two.
Okay, Doctor Who and Star Trek, classics, both of them, or at least the original forms of each of them are classics. They're both going on today. You actually picked two of the probably three longest running sci-fi series.
You asked for impact, and I think that's kind of proof that they've gone that long, that they've had some impact. I think that's kind of some proof. I mean, not the only reason, obviously, but I think that does validate what I said a bit.
No, I agree. I think those are great choices. I can completely understand why you would pick those. I don't know if everyone else is going to agree. We do have a poll going on under the No Soundbites Allowed channel, and you'll be able to pick who's winning in the discussion, Larry or me. So just so you know, and that's at the moment just on the No Soundbites. Hey, I'm one guy trying to maintain like 4 different things. Bear with me, folks. But also, let me also ask you the third question. What's your favorite? I know you're a gamer, and a lot of people forget. I know they look at us and like, you got gray hair. You don't know what a video game is. No, I love video games. We were here when video games first. I remember Pong. Okay.
Yes, I know. I used to play Pong. That was the greatest thing in the world.
It was great. It was like phenomenal, guys. No one ever had Pong, and then it's like, oh. And I remember all the video games to today. So I would ask you, Larry, because a guy growing up 80s, 90s, as we're getting to video games, you had to play some.
100%.
Maybe even to this day.
Yep.
I don't know. But let's say, well, I do know, but the audience doesn't know. What's your favorite video game?
When I was a kid, when I was growing up, my favorite station to play when I was a kid was actually in television, which was not very popular. The most popular one was growing up was Atari. People loved Atari when I was growing up. But I actually liked in television. That was actually my favorite game system as I was growing up. But when I grew up, I love strategy war gaming like there's no tomorrow. I've always loved strategy war gaming, grand strategy war gaming, things like that. So I used to play, the board games. Avalon Hill used to make all the board games. Right? I used to play a lot of those. Yeah, I owned all of them. I still have a bunch. Like I still have from the 70s and 80s, I still have them. So I love playing all those board games. So when the board games went to video games, I started to copy and play video games from the board games, right? So SSL came up with a Squad Leader board game, which I enjoyed. But the one that I enjoyed the most was Civilization. Civilization was a board game. Then there was Advanced Civilization. And then there was the Civ that went on to be video games. And now there's Civ 6. Next year, Civ 7 is coming out. So my favorite game to play is still Civilization. It comes from the board games. I still enjoy it. I used to enjoy Doom tremendously when it comes to first-person shooters, and I loved Half-Life. Half-Life and Doom, my favorite shooters. And I was very good at Doom. I could finish Doom. In 5. Like if you gave it to me right now, I could finish all of Doom and Doom 2 in a day. I could finish them all.
Well, that's how good old ones, not like the new ones.
Yes. Well, the new Doom, I'm not very happy about. The new Doom series, I'm not. It's It's not
I
great.
know they backed away from the demons and the fighting in hell, and
It's
they brought
It's
in
not.
these angels and other planets
Yeah.
and alternate universe. I'm like,
Yeah.
why?
They,
Why?
I'm not jumping down. So when it, but also, by the way, of a very odd thing, because I have 2 daughters,
Mhm.
both youngsters, and my 2 daughters, when they were younger, used to love to play Roblox. So I used to play Roblox all the time, but not because I loved it, because I want to be involved in my daughters' lives. So now that they're older, they don't play anymore. I never play Roblox anymore. But I used to play a lot because my kids did. So I was playing with my kids. Now I never play Roblox. But what's weird is my kids sometimes still get together and play Minecraft.
Still?
They just think yes, like my daughter's 20 and she'll get together with friends and they'll just use the art to like make things, to like build things in Minecraft and try to outbuild each other and stuff like that. It's weird, but they like it. They do. So sometimes I'll join and play Minecraft with them here or there. So I will do that sometimes if my daughters are playing. So when my kids play, I'll play Minecraft and the Roblox if my kids play. For myself, I'm really a Civ guy.
Okay. Interesting, especially, by the way, did you see they must have seen the Minecraft movie trailer, which I
Yes,
think
and
is crap. It looks
terrible.
horrendous.
It's going to be garbage. Yes, it will be garbage. Guaranteed.
Yeah, it looks, well, I won't get into the politics of it. It looks like they're going after, bear with me, folks, the modern audience. They're not targeting fans of Minecraft.
We're gonna be here for an hour. Don't go there.
I'm not going down that route. I'm just saying they're not targeting the fans of Minecraft or video games.
Yes.
I don't know who they are targeting, but it's not them. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, agreed. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So yeah, I see in the comments talking about the text-based games. I remember those too. The adventure text-based, like you'd have to say, "What do you do now?" And you put in what you do now and tells you which way you go. That was fun too back in the day.
Aces High, I think, was the one where you had 2 books, and it was a picture book, and you could pick moves. And so if I would, and you're fighting, it's a World War I aircraft battle.
Yep. I remember that one.
You go to one, you're on page, say 15. It has 2 different ways. You can bank left or bank right. And then that would take you to page, say 25.
Right.
And the other person would go to another page. And if you made the right turn and they made the bad one, you hit them and they were out.
Yep.
I know.
Great
Younger
stuff.
people are going, I don't understand that. It was fun. In person. It was fun.
Yep.
But let me go one further. So we know your favorite video game. We know what you think's influential. We know what's one of your favorites out there.
Okay.
Slightly different. What's your favorite song and or artist?
Wow. That's a very hard one.
Okay, good.
I don't know how to answer that. And I say that because I've had many genres throughout my life as I've gone through. As a youngster, I liked a lot of R&B and disco because my father was a DJ in the 70s and I heard that a lot. So that was very influential on me. But then as I got into high school and I changed high schools and moved from the city out to Long Island, I got into an emo world where I like bands like The Cure and Depeche Mode from the 80s, that kind of stuff. And people tease me when they say, you got a little emo mode. Yeah, I do. But I also really loved a bit of gangster rap for a while, particularly Ice Cube. Ice Cube is probably my favorite artist when it comes to rap. But when it comes to emo, I think The Cure is probably my favorite band of crying emo boys. It's probably my favorite band when it comes to that. When it comes to R&B, I really like, when it came to soul music, I really like Sade a lot. When it came to soul music.
Oh yeah, I remember Sade.
I really like Sade a lot when it came to soul music. When it comes to I also have not like German rap, which I know sounds crazy, but I do.
I didn't know there was German rap.
Oh, yes, there is, and it's hardcore.
Oh my God, it would sound like a military march.
Oh, no. German rap, yeah, it's good. And the funny part is, you would imagine, it's funny, a lot of German rap is actually people who are Muslims.
What?
Obviously, American rap is heavily black. German's black population is Muslims.
Okay.
So a lot of the rap, in fact, even some of the white rappers are Muslims. Koliga is one, he's a Muslim. Contra K is a Muslim also. They're both white guys. Yeah, but then there's a bunch of others. Fareed Bang, he's also a Muslim, but he's not a white guy. Yeah. So yeah, you
I'm
find a
not
couple
saying
of those
there's
guys.
there are a couple of good German bands. The guys who
I
do
like
the
German.
house,
I like Rammstein. I think German bands are
Rammstein,
good
yeah,
too. Yep, love
fantastic.
Rammstein.
But
Absolutely. Yep.
I've never heard and did not know until this moment that there was German rap and that it was from a bunch of Muslims. I had no
Most
idea.
popular
It
German
blew my
rap
mind.
is not a Muslim. One is not Muslim. His name is Jesus. G-Z-U-Z. Jesus. He has a lot of popular songs that people know in America. If you actually do his stuff, people don't know how to pronounce his name, but it's pronounced Jesus. It's pronounced like Jesus Christ,
Right.
but it's not Jesus. It actually comes from a cell block he was in Germany. I'm not joking. He did 2 years for, I forgot, robbery or some shit. I forgot what he did. Something like that. He did 2 years.
Okay.
And that's the cell block he comes from. That's where it comes from, Jesus. So
Okay,
yes, he has
so
a bunch
even
of
in Germany, the rappers are criminals.
Or wannabe.
Well, same thing here.
Yes,
Wannabe,
correct.
same
Yes,
difference.
correct. Yes.
That's
Same
interesting.
thing.
I
So
had
I
no
do like
idea that
that.
it transferred over internationally.
Oh, it
like
does.
that.
Absolutely, yes.
Next
Remember,
thing,
if the Brits are our brothers, the Germans are our cousins.
yeah, definitely. But you know what blew my mind really? I would love to. Now I'm thinking about it. Is there Japanese rap music?
Of course. Oh my God, I listen
Japanese
all the time.
gangster rap?
No, but not gangster rap. No, the Japanese rap is weird. And what I
would
mean by that,
expect.
I used to listen to it back in the 90s. I used to live in Japan for 4 years.
Yeah.
And they would rap in Japanese and it would sound gangster. Like if you were listening and didn't know Japanese, it would sound gangster. The ba 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 ba. Yeah, check it. Like they would say, but they'd be saying things like, got up in the morning and had my breakfast. It was delicious. That was like the rap, but it sounded like they were saying, I'm killing people. And that's how it sounded. But the music was like, and then I gave my mom a hug. And I went off to school and I studied really hard. Like that was the rap, but it sounded like I'm killing people today. No. It's very funny. They took the genre and did what Japanese do well. They made it Japanese.
I swear, after I am done, once we're done, I have to find Japanese rap. I just have to, because I can't envision it.
See what I do for you, Mike? I hook you up. I hook you up.
Let's actually, I do want to mention, because I do see the chat, and they're used to me. I usually am very actively involved with the chat, so never have a problem with any guest just breaking in and saying, hey, this person on the chat, they said this, that, let's talk to him. So Joel has been with us. He was the first one with a comment. Thank you very much, Joel. And by the way, folks, you can super chat both on Rumble and on YouTube. We'll appreciate it because I got to buy a new mouse. Mine just broke today. So Joel says, so what's left? Yes, only sci-fi. There's still a huge realm. And trust me, when you see the list, you're going to see there's a lot still left.
I could have gone more than 10. Even with the list.
I easily got 20. I easily went to 25, even with the restrictions. So it's not hard. And Joel, no, Vader is absolutely not sci-fi. He's not supernatural. The Force is natural. The Force is natural, and it is in the future. And there is, I mean, we're talking spaceships. We're talking about intergalactic empires. So no, they are absolutely sci-fi. Star Wars, absolutely sci-fi.
Yep, sci-fi's in. I mean, Star Wars is in.
Yeah. Joel also asks, have you ever heard of Space Above and Beyond? I've heard the name. I don't recall. It's a TV show, I think.
I don't know it.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard the name of it. I don't remember that. Let's see. There was a text-based Hitchhiker's Guide game, so that might have been like a Moo. One of the original, before there were video games, there were things called Moo, M-O-O, that you would play in colleges when they first started developing it. And so that sounds like one of them. I didn't know about that one. I couldn't imagine. I still think the 1970s Hitchhiker's Guide radio show that they did on TV with BBC TV, the best. You want to watch the Hitchhiker's Guide? God help you. Don't go see that movie. I don't care if Mos Def was in it. It's crap. Even with Alan Rickman doing Marvin, which was great. He did a great Marvin. Horrible movie. Go look at the 1970s version. You will enjoy it. It's so much more funny, I think. You have some Duke Nukem fans out there, which includes Joel. By the way, folks, please type on in. Don't forget to take the poll. Tell me how we're doing here. And Sal the Hamster says there's idol rap 2. Sal, what is idol rap? And when I say idol, IDOL, idol rap. So like figurines, I don't know what that is. Do you know what that is?
Never heard of it before.
Okay.
I think Sal made that up. I don't know. I'm messing with you, Sal. I don't know if you made it up or not. I'm just messing with you.
My audience is pretty. They're very knowledgeable about a lot of crap, and sometimes they just surprise me with stuff that I'm just like, whoa, didn't even know that.
Absolutely.
Yes. And
right, so did I answer the 4?
Oh, Japanese idol. Japanese
is that
idol
right?
rap.
I don't know. That might not have been a thing when I was there. Remember, I was in Japan 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So it may not. I may have missed that.
Okay, so it may be a new thing over in Japan. Okay.
Yeah.
I have an international audience. Sometimes we get people from Sweden and the UK and God, about half a dozen countries sometimes pop on in. So you never know. So we've gone through.
I got the questions. Did I win? Did I win a prize?
Well, for the questions? No.
Yeah.
People like you now.
Bust my ass and I get nothing. That's how you are. Okay, I see how you are.
Yeah, you got the questions. People like you, and now we can go forward. You know,
this way, fine. We'll go forward. It's fine.
Yeah. They know you as a better person now. You're
sure
worldly. You're worldly now.
Not sure that's true, but okay.
I don't know. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Space Above and Beyond were about Marines in space. I like it already.
Already like it.
A great series, but they didn't last because they kept moving the time slot. Well, Marines in space, like Warhammer 40K, before they started making the most recent changes, is phenomenal. I love Space Marines. I love Marines in space. You've already got me sold.
Yep.
So that's something I would check out. Thank you for another thing I got to check out. Let me write it down my list. I'm growing a list of things I need to watch now. Give me a second to write that down, folks. Above and Beyond. Okay. Something to look forward to. And God knows we haven't even started talking about anime because that'll go crazy.
That's another one. That's a different one.
Sal does.
That's a different show. Different show.
And nowadays, to tell the truth, nowadays I don't watch anything on cable. I don't watch regular channels, ABC, CB, NBS. I don't watch any of those guys. I literally watch anime, play video games, and then I do my day job, with
and talk to me, damn it.
And I talk to you. Yes.
There we go. Yes. Okay, good. Don't leave me out of the game. All of a sudden I'm out.
But I love anime because I think it's better than all the TV shows nowadays. I just don't find anything interesting.
That's a separate show, Mike. We'll be on this for an hour too. You go down too many rabbit holes.
I'm used to it. I usually go.
Know.
I'm used to doing 5 hours, not 1.5.
Don't keep me for 5 hours. I got a show at 7 tonight.
I know. I'm planning. I try to keep this only to about an hour, hour and a half. So don't worry. It's going to be fun.
All right.
So let's get into it then, because I am.
All right.
I go off on tangents. Pull me back. Okay. So we're going to do the top 10. Now, the way we're going to do this is, since Larry is the guest, he gets to go first. We're going to go from 10 to 1 and we're going to stop at 2 for notable mentions. People that didn't make the list, but we thought were really great and really close. And probably just before we do 1, we'll do it again, just in case we leave anyone out. And so we're going to go, he's going to tell me what his number 10 is. He's going to tell me why. I'm going to give you my number 10. I'm going to tell you why mine is better. And then you guys, as we go, I want in the chat, just keep a running tally. So, number 10, Mike 1. And then number 9, Mike 1. And keep going like that. We're going to keep it.
All right. Let me tell you how I decided on this. I had like 8 criteria. 1 was that they had to be ruthless. 2, they had to be resilient. 3, they had to be brave. 4, they had to be smart or wise, either one, depending upon what it is.
Mhm.
They had to be 3-dimensional. They couldn't just be, I'm an evil guy for no reason. They had to be flawed. They couldn't be perfect. They had to have a purpose. Right? They're just not just mad to be mad. They have a reason to be angry or be a bad guy, and they had to be scary. So that was kind of my criteria I tried to put together to kind of narrow this down to why I picked who I picked. Does that make sense?
Yeah, does.
That was
Kinda
my
close
logic.
to what I was kind of the same thing I did, but with very different criteria.
Yes, so that's kind of, and to be forward, the 5 out of my top 10, they're missing a little bit, but I think my last 5 have everything. But I think my first 5 don't have all off on some of these things. All right, my number 10 is the original T-800 Terminator. Not all Terminators, but the specific one that Schwarzenegger played in the first movie. And the reason why I bring him up is because he was absolutely ruthless in the opening scenes. He's like ripping people's hearts out and shooting women. I mean, not caring at all. He was resilient. Even when he was shot and blown up, he came back. He's not really brave because he's a machine, so he loses that a little bit. He does that. But he actually was smart. He uses machine to go find things. Very 3-dimensional, right? Because he had to get around whatever to do to find different ways of doing things. He was flawed. He had an obvious purpose. And he was scary. Sadly, he was scary often with the music. The character himself wasn't that scary, but with the music and the way they did it, he became scary. That's why he's my number 10.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. Well, by the way, remembering the rules for me, I count all Terminators as the same. I understand Larry went with a specific one.
Yes.
And that's up to the chat.
Yeah.
Chat, you can tell us if you love that idea or not, but I didn't count the Terminators because they're like.
So let me ask you, if you would have counted Terminators, do you think that was a scary one or no? Do you think that would,
would not have made my list?
Is that right?
The Terminator, even if I was counting species, would not have made it. And the reason why is, one, he doesn't have independent thought. He's a program. Yep. So he doesn't have a will of his own. The things that on my list, they have to be willful. They have to be intelligent. They have to have a plan. And
all right, so then I guess you're right. Terminator doesn't match that criteria.
Yeah, and the last thing, which is the most important, overriding everything else, well, the ultimate final factor is cool. Are they cool? But just before that,
you can't tell me Terminators aren't cool. They are cool. They do hit that one.
They are cool. And under cool, I guess you could put them in. But the thing that really, really drove my list is you have to be able to affect a large portion of the population. I'm talking about you're affecting the world, you're affecting the solar system.
Terminators aren't doing that. Terminator literally changes time. Come on now. I got
Terminator's after a couple of people. He's after a couple of people.
Changes the entire timeline.
Could change the future, maybe. So I didn't count that. I'm talking about somebody who's going to change the universe.
So give me your number 10, wise guy. What's yours?
Okay. I would love to have said Darth Jar Jar. Do you know who Darth Jar Jar is?
You want to make me vomit in front of all your audience?
I wanted to have Darth Jar Jar, but
no. What's your number 10?
He's canon now.
I don't want to even hear that. No, he's not. He's not canon. I refuse to accept that. No.
They're making the problem is it's canon because of the Lego video game, which is Rebuild the Galaxy.
Please give me your 10.
Canon, but
please give me number 10.
Okay.
Please.
Dr. Robert Morgan.
Robert Morgan?
Yes. Dr. Robert Morgan from 1954, The Last Man on Earth, played by Vincent Price.
Why that?
Dr. Robert Morgan is running around the planet, killing the new species that is dominant, which are the vampires. He is the ultimate boogeyman. He is the ultimate Dracula. He is the embodiment of fear and terror because he shows up in the middle of the night and he kills all of the new species. Human beings are gone. He is the last human being. When Will Smith redid the show, they redid it for I Am Legend.
I Am Legend,
yeah. They ruined the ending This is who he was supposed to be. And Vincent Price does it right. He's running around, killing them in the middle of the night. And at the end, he understands, spoilers, I mean, it's from 1954, read the book, but he is the incarnate evil of the planet, the entire species, and he's real. And he is a scientist. He's also trying to develop a cure. So he's a scientist.
Oh, you went way too deep. You went way too deep.
That's me.
No, you went too deep. My guy's way better. My Terminator's better. I win. Round one, I win.
He's
no way.
The devil incarnate in real
and
life.
He's not even cool. My Terminator is cool at least.
What's more cool than being the devil incarnate?
No way. No way. You lost that one, brother. You lost that one.
I do not. You know what, guys?
One
remember, you got to vote in the chat, even if it's after the show, in the comments. So number 10, you're going to say who won that, which of course means Old Man Boss.
No.
What's more in Dr. Robert Morgan, the devil himself in real life, and he's a scientist. Yes. And the entire
time to go to 9. You lost. Time to go to 9. You lost.
Fine. Go to 9. Go to 9.
9. All right. Now I got, you're going to be mad at me twice because I broke the rule 2 times in a row. So maybe you disqualify me for this one. But again, I did pick species, but a specific one.
Okay.
The xenomorph in the first Alien movie. Now I loved I did like Aliens 2. I liked the movie, but the aliens became like just mass things at that point. They weren't individually valid anymore. They became I like the movie. It's Space Marines. I'm not saying I don't like Aliens 2. I do like Aliens 2. However, the aliens weren't as cool in Aliens 2. The alien was much better in Alien 1. And why I say that again, clearly that alien was ruthless. Clearly that alien was resilient as it ran around. It was brave. It was wise as it outsmarted everybody. It was utterly flawed. Of course it was, because eventually it got blown out. It couldn't breathe, right? I mean, if you were watching that movie in the 80s, it was 79. It was 80. I forgot.
79.
Whatever it was.
79.
79, right? 79. I mean, that was scary. Do you remember the original advertisement for it? It was the egg, and it just showed it cracked, and it said, "It's in space. Nobody can hear you scream." Oh, come on. That was amazing.
Great marketing. And the way that they had the letters just slowly fade onto the screen, and then they spelled alien.
100%. So
I got to
that's
give
my number 9.
When he put that movie together, he really a sci-fi horror. The genre was created by him.
100%.
No one captured it better than that one movie. Although I personally like Aliens more than I liked.
I love the movie. I'm talking about the alien itself. I agree with you. I like Aliens too. I'm just saying specifically that alien was hardcore in 1 versus 2.
Yeah, especially when you've never seen it. When we first saw it the first time, there was nothing else like that. Nothing existed like that. You were terrified. You were afraid. You had no idea what that, and we didn't even see what it looked like. He did the Jaws thing. It was like 2/3 into the movie before we saw it finally in its form.
Yes.
Oh God, that was scary.
Yes. All right. So that's my 9. What's yours?
Okay. You're going to be surprised.
Okay. I just probably a 10. Yeah. What do you mean?
All right. Ming the Merciless. And I specifically now I
from
like
movies, comics, what? From what? Which
well,
one?
no. There was a TV series, there was a cartoon, and there's a movie.
Yep.
So while I like the cartoon was great for a kid, the TV series, the original one, was it obviously was inspirational to Flash Gordon. It's the Flash Gordon series.
Is that 50s?
And that was the late 50s going into the 60s, about 58. And that inspired George Lucas. That's what Star Wars comes from. It basically comes from Flash Gordon. And Ming the Merciless is the lead.
Joel goes, Flash. Yes. That was a fun movie. It was a fun movie.
And I'm going from the movie.
Yes.
Ming the Merciless as Max von Sydow, I thought was great. He's powerful. He's got a planet dimension kind of thing, and he's trying to take over the Earth. Yep. He's got a plan. He's got the power. He's in charge. He's got the rings, and he was also fun. I think Max von Sydow did a great job of giving you, like, he wasn't over the top funny, but there was a humor in it that he was able to go with, but yet still be Mr. Mastermind evil. And he wasn't dumb, unlike most of the rest of the characters in the entire movie.
Right, but
he wasn't stupid.
However, he was very campy. I mean, the whole movie was campy, but it was still good. It was. I'm not saying the movie was bad. I enjoyed the movie tremendously. I enjoyed the movie tremendously.
Yeah.
All I'm saying was kind of campy. You're going to compare Ming the Merciless against My Alien? Dude, you lost again.
No, Ming would
2-0.
take out the alien in a heartbeat.
Ming is not cool. Ming is campy.
Max von Sydow is cool.
He is when he's playing like German officers in a World War II movie. He's cool. When he's doing that, then he's mean. But no. Come on now, chat. You got to get me on this one. 9, I beat him again. I got this 2-0, man.
No.
2-0.
And by the way, forget World War II. Max von Sydow, 3 Days of the Condor, phenomenal.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yes,
but
yes.
separate of that completely.
Yes,
Max von Sydow.
Oh, Joel, what are you doing, Joel? Don't turn on me. What you doing?
Ming is cool. He is fun. He is smart.
Joel likes the movie. That's why he did it. Joel, you turned to me because you like the movie.
You've got an alien that's taking on 4 defenseless, out of shape truckers in space. I've got Ming trying to take over the Earth, and he already has an empire. Come on.
Fine, 1-1. Fine. I think.
Well, according to Joel, yes, 1-1. We'll see. Go ahead. Give me 8.
All right, 8. 8. This is my odd one. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg, played by Gary Oldman in The Fifth Element.
Yes. And that's what's his name? I love
Gary Oldman played him.
Gary Oldman, yeah.
Gary Oldman played him. Yes.
He's phenomenal.
And the reason why I picked him is several things. One, he's kind of weak on scary. He isn't that scary, right? As an actor. I mean, as a bad guy, he isn't that scary. There's scarier. So he's a little weak on scary. However,
The Professional, he does a great job of scary.
Yes, clearly resilient, clearly brave. He goes in on his own to fight with the mercenaries, right? And to fight the guy. He makes a deal with basically the devil. It's basically the devil in the movie, right? He makes a deal with him and is talking back to him, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you got some of that too. Clearly smart and wise, obviously two-dimensional, obviously flawed. He literally has a limp because of his leg. So he's flawed, right? He has a purpose and a little bit unscary, but I mean, this guy was prepared to take over the entire world, to crush anybody, do anything. That's why I liked him. And I also enjoyed the movie The Fifth Element also. Yes. But I do think that he's my number 8.
You know what? And you're talking about campy, like The Fifth Element isn't a campy film. I love the film. It was a fun film. I like his role. Gary Oldman can make a role work. Yeah, and he does. So I thought he was really good in that. I did like his character. I love it when he thinks he's got the he's got the bomb, and then he turns over. It's like, oops, another bomb.
Yeah, that was good.
He was good. He had a lot of, a straight up cold killer would have asked what that red button was.
That's exactly right. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Well, by the way, I if I could have picked some of my if I could have picked this a species, I would have picked those guys. Morgan, whatever those guys are, the bad guys the mercenaries. I would have picked those guys as one of my villains. So if I had to pick them, because they were a good set of villains. They were resilient and kept fighting to the end, and fought for honor, as they said. So yes.
Okay.
But I didn't count them because they weren't there. So yes.
All right. Hang on. I got to just respond because Joe just said Jenny. Jenny is the ultimate. It's not sci-fi.
It's not sci-fi, Joe. So, maybe another week. Maybe it's like sci-fi villains in drama. Could be that too. Or villains in comedy. They could do that. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
And yes, I misspelled sci-fi.
What's your number 8?
My number 8 is if I could have had species in this, I would have picked the Daleks.
Okay.
That would have been my number 8, the Daleks, because ultra cool and 100%. Super powerful.
Yep.
Time. I mean, they can do time like the Time Lords. Gotta love it. But I can't because my own rules, no species. Okay. The Thing.
The Thing as in from the movie The Thing?
as in the movie The Thing, not the original 1950s Thing, which is
The 80s
almost the
one.
same, but the John Carpenter 1980
Yes,
The Thing.
that was a great movie. I agree. That's Kurt
Worldwide
Russell, by the
threat.
way. He is a libertarian. Kurt Russell, by the way, just saying. But go ahead.
Well, I like Kurt Russell. I like him. He's a good guy. And I like that he keeps the politics out when he does his role, and he just does his role, and he's good at it.
Yep.
Snake Plissken, one of his better
Snake
roles.
Plissken, 100%.
One of his better roles.
Yep.
But we're not doing heroes or anti-heroes.
Right,
And
got you.
Plissken's definitely an anti-hero, almost a villain.
Right.
Actually, you can make the
Don't
argument.
go down that
No,
road.
All right. But so I went with The Thing because global threat, smart as hell, capable as hell, super cool. I mean, that
Definitely
was a good
scary.
one. And scary.
Definitely scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Especially
good
first
one.
time you've ever seen it.
That's a good one. I like The Thing. It's a good one, but I thought of it as not being as brave or smart. That was one of my honorable mentions. Like I would have made that probably number 11 if it were me. I probably would have put it. So I like you put it as 8, but I still think mine's better.
No, folks, it's up to you on that one.
John Baptiste would have just burned him with one of them guns, and Thing is dead. The thing is too. It's not resilient enough. He can be killed.
He was there. The man was choking on a cherry, and you're telling me he's going to take out the thing that he doesn't even know?
No,
it could be anyone.
I don't
It
know.
could have been his little elephant thing on his desk.
Yeah,
for
but it
all he
has
knew.
to get out of Antarctica first, and it didn't. It couldn't even get out of Antarctica. So no, couldn't get out of Antarctica. Couldn't do it. It couldn't beat them chumps. I mean, Kurt Russell was a badass, and
Yes,
so
he
was
was.
Keith David. By the way, Keith David was also a badass.
Love it. He also made it to
100%.
the end. Although Keith
100%.
David,
Or maybe made it to the end.
spoiler,
Maybe.
Keith David, not alive. The last scene gives it away.
That's what I'm saying. Did you say? Did he make it? That's what I'm saying. Maybe he didn't. So yes, there we go.
Yeah.
See,
I won.
How can you win with Joel? What are you doing? All right, Joel's on your payroll.
Guys,
Joel's on your goddamn
I
payroll.
assume everyone in the chat agrees with Joel because Joel is ranking and I'm winning.
No, Joe. Joel's on your payroll. This is bullshit. Fix. Fix is in. All right, I'm gonna give you 7. Now I was torn. There were 2 I wanted to put in. I was torn. I thought, should I be funny on this one and cute on this one, or should I go to something else? So I was torn, but I'm gonna go with this one. This is the funny one. Evil Morty, voiced by Justin Roiland in the Rick and Morty series. Yes, Evil Morty. Evil Morty goes through the entire series being utterly ruthless, even killing his own, torturing his own, beats who supposedly is the smartest man in the universe, supposedly, is Rick, beats him at his own game. At the end of the series, the most evilest Rick gets killed by the Rick that we love, but Evil Morty survives everything. So Evil Morty is able to play the game the entire way through, destroy his own Rick, destroy the Council of Ricks, and survives and escapes the timeline that every other Morty is stuck in. He escapes it all with all on his own, and doesn't care who he kills on the way around. Doesn't matter. I think Evil Morty is an underrated evil character.
Okay, this is going to shock someone.
Don't tell me you don't watch Rick and Morty.
Never seen a single episode.
I'm out. I'm done. That's it. What?
Never seen a single episode.
All right.
I
Okay,
didn't like the animation style.
All right, then I will swap it out if you want. I have
No,
one. I was going to swap.
no, that's your choice. No, it's your choice. The audience can pick. Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part, It's free with an option to support only if you choose, while Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes. No sound bites allowed, offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Sound Bites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. All right, everybody. Thank you for being back with us. That's right. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. The Political Dragon here in our offices in Bronx, New York. It is September 22nd. Right now it's 5:30, and we've been having a great show so far. I hope everyone enjoyed my new channel, which is the Old Man Voss. And one of the things we're going to try and do a lot there, besides play video games, talk about pop culture, but also I'm going to try and do once a week, every Saturday, 3 p.m. I want to have a guest on, and we'll do a top 10 list challenge. See if we can make that happen. If there's someone that you would love to see talk about sci-fi, a top 10 list, and challenge me on my choices in that top 10 list, please tell whoever it is to get in touch with me. Let me know so I can try and get in touch with them. I'll invite anyone. I don't care if they're political, if they're not political, anybody. Doesn't matter who it is. I'll be happy to go up against them and put my knowledge and choices in sci-fi against theirs. Please let me know. So that's and if you want to see the rest of that program, that live stream I did yesterday, you can go to Old Man Voss, VASS, and you can see the rest of it, see the rest of our list, and decide and put in the comments who you think won. That would be me. But, choose whoever you want, me, as the winner of the top 10 list, me. And, I'm sure Larry don't worry, Larry is only paying attention to every single vote and wants to be the winner, guaranteed. So I hope you folks like that. But that was something a little bit different to lighten the mood a little bit. I mean, we're talking about gun control, we're talking about red flag laws, we're talking about the shootings in Birmingham, Alabama, which is serious news. We're talking about illegal aliens that will be coming into the United States. If we do not close our border, we will be getting, I think they're called chavs. Some people in the UK call them that. But we will be getting the refugees that will get kicked out of Germany, that will get kicked out of Italy, and even in France. They have to go somewhere. They're not going home. They're going to be coming to the United States. And so we were talking a little bit about that. I think also a very important issue. While we were away, I did see something that I wanted to just touch on real quick. It seems that New York State has once again, for some dumb reason, decided that casinos are the home run answer in the 2024 election. Now, they do this stuff every time when it's an election year. We have a home run. This is going to solve all the problems. Oh, we're spending $5 billion a year on illegal aliens. It's breaking the infrastructure of New York City alone. Well, no worries. We just open up casinos, and casinos will do it. Or we'll have hemp, and that will fix all the problems. Or we'll have drone testing sites, and that'll fix all the problems. It'll be great. It'll bring in all the money. It'll pay all the debt off, and everyone will have a job. That's the promise they always make. Never happens. And New York is not the only state where this happens in, but it does happen to be the state I'm in, so I notice it the most here. But you hear the same thing in California, you hear the same thing in Illinois, in Washington State, Oregon. You hear this all the time. This is the guaranteed win. It's going to win. No, it never does. Now, a few years ago, back I think it was 2018, Proposition 8 was something that was considered in New York State. It was a vote. It was part of the ballot. And we got to decide in New York State, did we want to have casinos in New York State? And we were promised, if we had statewide casinos, it would be a godsend. It would help all the communities and bring in all this money. And people voted for it. I absolutely said publicly, do not vote for Proposition 1. It was a bad idea. And by the way, Proposition 1 this year is also bad. But we did it. Now we have casinos in New York State. They don't work. And now they're going to bring a casino into New York City because New York City is saying, well, a casino, it'll bring in all this money. People will come from everywhere to play in the casino in New York City, and it'll make a ton of money. No, it won't. It's going to fail. Casinos aren't the answer. In fact, what we see in every state outside of Las Vegas and Atlantic City, which have long histories and have developed their neighborhoods, every other state, all they do is they add in casinos, and wherever you put that casino, that community becomes poor and crime skyrockets every single time. That's a fact. And every single state where we have seen the state say, okay, gambling is now legal, you can have casinos in your state, every single time, and I want to stop giving these ads, they're not paying me money, so screw them. Every time, you will see more and more crime. And when New York City, because I am sure this will pass, they will put the casino in New York City, and you will see more crime, and you will see more poverty. Because casinos, for a casino to be successful, they have to take money out of the community, not in. They don't add money to the community, they take money out of it. Because the house has to win. If the house isn't winning, the casino closes every single time. So it doesn't matter how many people win, most people have to lose, because if they don't, the casino goes bankrupt. That's just simple math. So this isn't going to, no matter how many jobs it creates, no matter how much money they're going to take in taxes from the casino to help pay for schools or whatever else they're going to promise to do, it won't work, because the casino will suck money out of the community and it will increase crime every single time. Don't have to believe me, but that's my prediction. You will see it happen. So I just wanted to bring that up. That happened while we were away. Also, NBC News put out this little quick thing. I have not heard it myself. I have not seen it yet, but this is Senator John Fetterman, who has turned out to be more of a Republican since his stroke. He has become more and more like a Republican than he has a Democrat. I personally still do not believe that John Fetterman should be a senator. He is mentally disabled. That is a medical fact. It's not a personal attack. He is mentally disabled, and he should not be a senator because he cannot do the job of a senator because of his disability. It's just a fact. People don't have to like it. It's just true. But since he has had that stroke, he has, in the last year or so, as this election, 2024 election cycle, he has been moving more and more towards being a Republican than a Democrat. And here he is. He takes on Kamala Harris when she was speaking to Oprah and said she would shoot somebody coming into her home. This is his response to that statement, which I have not heard before. So let's see what it is. Put CC on.
I want to ask you about something that Vice President Kamala Harris said this week. She was talking about gun ownership with Oprah Winfrey. She said, quote, "If somebody breaks into my house, they're going to get shot." You, Senator, are a gun owner. As the leader of a party that prides itself on advocating for gun safety, was it responsible?
Gun safety has nothing to do with someone breaking into your house. This is the dishonesty of NBC. I hate this. I hate this. Listen to the question she's framing. She's framing this in a no-win. It's horrible. See, you have to have gun control. Guns are bad. This is the way that NBC News is framing this, so that you have this imagination, oh, well, guns are bad. Guns are dangerous. We need to have more gun control. Oh, why would anyone want to have a gun? It's obviously a bad thing. She is so crazy. Oh, Democrats are about gun safety. No, they're not. They're about gun bans. They're about gun control. They're about ending the Second Amendment. That's what their party is talking about. They're not talking about being safe with a firearm. If they were, we would have more classes on gun control, on gun safety in high schools like we did in the 1950s. But that's not what she's talking about. But she wants you to think of gun safety as the same thing as gun control. It's a word game, and she's playing with you mentally. It's a manipulation to make you think safety equals control. That is never the truth. Oh my God, this is such a propagandistic thing to say, but let's go on.
For Vice President Harris to make those comments?
Absolutely. I think the vast majority of Americans, if you had somebody breaking into your house that might be there to harm you, you probably have the right to shoot them. And I think that's a vast majority of Americans would agree with that.
Oh. So he agrees. Look at that. Who would have expected that John Fetterman, a progressive, this is what he ran as. This was a progressive. He ran as a progressive, said he was aligned with the progressive movement before his stroke, and here he is coming out with, sounds like, and it's funny, Kamala Harris's comments, this is how NBC phrased this. I want you to see this insanity here. So they say Kamala Harris's comments on shooting a home intruder are, quote, absolutely responsible, says Fetterman. It's interesting. She's trying to make, I guess she's trying to make John Fetterman look like a bad guy or pump up Kamala Harris, but I just find it interesting that they're completely, well, most of that clip is trying to equate safety with control. And I don't think you get that. Control doesn't mean safety. Never does. Safety, it doesn't, the more control you have doesn't mean that you have more safety. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Maybe I misunderstand that. But I never take it that way. But I think it's just really funny that we're suddenly hearing the Democrats, who are, as we speak, talking about Birmingham and they're talking about gun control. And now they're trying to say, well, it's okay if, I can shoot somebody who comes into my house. That's not what you guys were saying a couple of years ago. That hasn't been what you've been saying for the last 5 decades. It's not what you're saying today. Makes no sense. John Fetterman, though, it's amazing how centrist he has become in the last year and a half. So I thought that was interesting. That was part of the breaking news that came out while we were away. We're going to be talking a little bit about the 2024 election in just a moment. I'm actually talking about Kamala Harris a little bit more because some new polls come out. Now, the most recent 5-way poll has shown that Jill Stein is still running at about 1%. Dr. Cornel West is about 1%. And Chase Oliver, the Libertarian, is at about 1% as well. You would expect that all 3 of them will get about half as many votes as they do right now in terms of percentage. So combined, they all may make 1.5%, maybe 2% of the election vote. Probably will not be enough to make a difference for any candidate. No, they're not spoilers as third-party candidates, but they aren't decisive either. The same people who would be writing in Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck in protest as a protest vote are going to be the same people who are voting for Jill Stein, Chase Oliver, and Dr. Cornel West. They're not making the difference in the election. Now, RFK Jr., even though he has removed himself from several states, he is still on the ballot in multiple states. He may or may not. It's still up in the air. He might even be on the ballot in New York. He is in the ballot in several Democrat strongholds, bluer than blue states. He is a former Democrat. He is not a Republican, even though he is working with Donald Trump, and he has added his support to Donald Trump. But he is still on the ballot, and he is a choice. Now, this may affect negatively the Democrats. He probably will be taking votes away from Kamala Harris, not Donald Trump. And so it's kind of important to see where he's at, and he's still running, they say about 3%. Realistically, he's more like 2%. So again, in an election, he'd be about 1%, but I think this is important. The difference between RFK and Jill Stein or Chase Oliver or Cornel West is the people who are voting for those third parties aren't going to be voting Democrat or Republican. They never were. Almost entirely, they're not included. There are others in the third party that just don't show up. Sometimes there's crossover, but they aren't going to make difference. RFK, I think he's different because he will draw Democrat votes in Democrat states. People in New York State who do not agree with Kamala Harris, who don't think either she's not progressive enough or she's too much of a progressive, she's too weak-willed, too much of a flip-flop, that she was never actually voted into this position. No one ever picked her. She's unappealing and she makes no sense. They're going to pick RFK in New York, in California, and a few other states. So the fact that he's at 3%, maybe that means, rule of thumb means he gets about half that, 1.5% of votes will go to him in New York, 1.5 votes in the battleground states, like in Georgia. That makes a huge difference. If we're looking at just the battleground states for a second, and I think this is kind of important, and again, I'm going by the long-term trend that you're seeing, but if we're looking at the battleground states, so we see Pennsylvania, it's only 0.7 in favor of Harris. That's recent. Generally, that has been about 1 point in favor of Donald Trump. You add in RFK, that makes it a Trump state. North Carolina becomes a Trump state. It's barely in favor of Donald Trump now. You add in the RFK vote, that could make it completely a Donald Trump. You look at Georgia, well, he's already Donald Trump's winning Georgia and Arizona, but look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin could flip. It could easily flip with RFK votes going towards taking away from Kamala Harris. That could make it a Trump. Barely, but that could make it a win for Donald Trump. Michigan, where Harris is actually, I don't think the poll is actually accurate for Kamala Harris here. I mean, they say, okay, yeah, Donald Trump has been trailing, but there's 100,000 pro-Hamas Dearborn, Michigan voters that will not vote for Kamala Harris. That's like the Muslim women for Kamala Harris. That group disbanded. They retracted their support of Kamala Harris because she's not pro-Hamas, or at least not pro-Hamas enough. So that's a big impediment. And as much as the polls are saying, oh, she's ahead, we hear from Ilhan Omar and the other members of the squad, they do not want to vote for Kamala Harris. And those were the same protesters, thousands of them that were at the DNC and weren't allowed in. They do not want Kamala Harris. They did not pick her. They are upset. I don't think she wins this. I don't think she wins Michigan. That maybe you think I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure of that. Looking at Nevada, again, RFK votes could turn that around. People voting. Not only is it important if whether or not they vote for Kamala Harris because RFK is on the ticket, but they also might not show up. These are Democrats that might not show up to vote for Kamala Harris if RFK isn't on the ballot. So when he's there, he's taking votes from her. When he's not there, they're not showing up. Both of these are problems for Kamala Harris, not problems for Donald Trump. I see that making a big difference. RFK is turning out to be a major factor in this race, even though he's not in all 50 states, even though he's no longer actively running for the presidency. I think it makes a big difference. But the thing that's very telling about this, or overall what's telling, hang on, my mouse is broken, so I got to do this slower. As much as we're hearing a lot of the news talking about any one individual, and there are polls like the most recent one from NBC News. Are we surprised that NBC News, which is in the tank for the Democrats, has a +6 poll? Gee, what a shock there. Are we surprised that the New York Times, that is in the tank for the Democrats, has a tie vote? I'm not surprised. Are we surprised that ABC News, that has gone out of its way to, in terms of the debate, to bias the debate for Kamala Harris, are you surprised that they are +4? I don't think those polls are real. But more importantly, looking at the trend, we still see that Kamala Harris overall has barely improved with all of the positive news, with all of the help in the debate, and we'll talk about that in a second, and looking at all the positive news media and rewriting her past, denying that she's the border czar, absolving her of all the problems with illegal immigration, forgetting about all of her faux pas overseas when she's been doing diplomatic work for the United States. When you put it all together, what do you get? She's at 48%. This is the first time. She's at pretty much the highest level she has ever been. This is pretty much the plateau for her. She can't make it to 50%. I think that says a lot. I think that makes a massive difference. Now, also, but I have to give it, the Democrats have done a wonderful job with the support of the news media to bring her approval level down from 49% to 47, just barely into 47. It's about 48%. They brought her down about a full point. That is enormous because she has had over 50% disapproval virtually the entire last 2 years. For as long as we have been in the 2024 election cycle, and that's her as VP. This is the reason why Democrats back in April and May wanted to drop her. That's how much they really, the Democratic elites, they really loved her so much that they were going to kick her off the ticket and replace her with Gavin Newsom because her negatives were too high. Because every Democrat, everyone involved in politics that paid attention to the details said Kamala Harris was dead weight, dead on arrival. She was horrible. So Democrats have done well. I just don't think she's going to make it to the end. I don't think when she keeps talking about these things, there are a lot of Democrats who are anti-Second Amendment. And we just heard John Fetterman, who is more Republican than Democrat, is saying, oh yeah, she's right. That's the Republican line. The Republicans want you to be able to shoot someone who breaks into your house, not Democrats. They want to take away your guns. So I think she's going to have a big problem there. This is me. You may disagree. If you disagree, tell me why. You can do it in the comments or otherwise. But that kind of makes me think about the 2024 election. And isn't it odd how things have suddenly just disappeared from the news? While the news media is happy to say, Kamala, she's great, she's wonderful, she's fantastic, and we'll get into why they say that in just a second, you notice there was no mention, it's out of the news cycle, that there was a bomb threat at a Trump rally, that the left is so terrified of Donald Trump. They've been so fear-mongered into hating Donald Trump for the last 8 years that not only have there been 2 assassination attempts, but now we start to hear about bomb threats at Trump rallies. Now, this was a false bomb threat. It wasn't real. But this is new. This is something that we haven't heard about before. Even when Donald Trump came to the bluest county in the entire country, in the Bronx, and he was going to speak there, you would think, well, that, bluer than blue, crazy New Yorkers, you'd hear something crazy like that. No, you didn't. But now, only now, as we get closer to this election, now you're starting to hear about bomb threats. And it's not coming from, obviously, the Make America Great Republicans and Americans that believe in making America first. That's not where it's coming from. But the news media, rather than dealing with this and addressing the fact that the fear mongering from the left is causing some on the left, the people like Antifa, the people like BLM, the extremists in the Democratic Party, the progressive far left movement that are more than happy to burn down cities like they did in Minneapolis, to have autonomous zones like they had over in Atlanta, like they did in Seattle and in San Francisco, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, autonomous zones that have resulted in the death of children. Those are all left-leaning groups. That was the far left that did all of that, that had the protests that shut down the country, that were having riots in every single one of the top 22 cities across this nation. That's the left. When the left doesn't get what it wants, they get violent. They get hyper violent. There were about 100 arrests at the DNC convention in Chicago because of the protesters, the pro-Hamas, far-left protesters of the Democratic Party, because they were violent, because they're always violent. And that's the real question. And the news media doesn't want to talk about that because it might change your vote, to be fair. They want to fortify the 2024 election. That means that certain stories they won't talk about. They don't want to talk about the left threatening, putting out bomb threats, and I'm alleging this, we don't know for sure, but they're putting in bomb threats at Trump rallies. They've tried to assassinate Donald Trump 2 times. Listen, this is crazy. Donald Trump, they tried to assassinate him twice. Twice. Where's the news about that? Why aren't we talking about that? There's like no news about Donald Trump and people trying to assassinate him. And I'm just sitting here and I think about it and I go, why in the world isn't there? I mean, I'll show you what I mean. First of all, we know there's a lot of internal problems with this. There's news today that the Secret Service has admitted, today, they admitted that they have been complacent, that they are not doing their job to protect Donald Trump. That's part of the reason why 2 months ago, there was a guy on a roof with a rifle trying to shoot Donald Trump. And I know there's still people like Joy Reid and others on the left who are saying it was all a hoax. There wasn't. And we have the Secret Service under the Biden-Harris administration that is telling you, no, it wasn't a hoax. They just weren't doing their job. This is incredible to me. This is insane to me. And if you look through the news, and they buried that story. They buried that story as fast as they could. That is history in the making, that a presidential candidate, a former president, and a presidential candidate on the campaign trail, someone tried to assassinate him. You would think that would be massive news. But then it happened a second time. Where is that news? If we go and put in, if you go, and I'll show you that I'm doing this right now so you can see it live. So let's go. As you can see, I'm going to search Trump second assassination. I already searched it once. I'm going to do this with you live. So I just hit the button. This is the most up-to-date result from Google, which has a monopoly. So they control the majority of search engines and what people are able to find throughout the world. And their algorithm is set up to specifically push certain stories. And I'm looking at the top news. So this is Trump second assassination, the news, the latest things. 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago, we have the Trump assassination suspect, Ryan Ruth, faces only gun charges. Fair enough. Then you have to go. Let's see. Johnson says Trump is unshakable. That's from The Hill, not major news. BBC. Trump shooter and hater. That's overseas. And what are they talking about this? The BBC is telling you that people who support Trump and hate Trump say that this was staged, that it was a hoax. The BBC is saying, here's the hoax message. They're trying to deflate the second assassination attempt against a presidential candidate and a former president. This is the same thing that I showed you last week from NBC. NBC said the same thing, that it was a hoax. That was the first thing they said. Now the BBC is saying, hey, people think it's a hoax. We're not going to say it's a hoax, but they think it's a hoax, and you need to know. People think it's a hoax. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just that people think it's a hoax. Why are they planting this message in people's minds? Why are they... Every credible news agency has shown the evidence. We have the person who did it. We have the gun. We know about the event. Oh, but it's staged. They're planting that message to motivate the left to vote, to disincentivize the right. They're trying to put doubts into people's minds who are Republican, center-right, who believe in America first, who believe in make America great. They're trying to give them a reason not to vote. Not that they won't vote Trump, but to not show up at all. This is meant to demoralize a part of the electorate. And that's what the whole hoax message is, I believe. Let's see. Where is the mainstream media talking about this? Yes, there's the National Review. You know who I don't see? Where's MSNBC? Where's CNN? 2 days ago, House passes bill to boost presidential candidate security after apparent Trump assassination attempt. Was that the first one or the second one? Which assassination attempt? But they're not talking about the second assassination attempt. They're just, you could be talking about the first one. And that doesn't raise up or really address what's going on. That's CNN. CBS, 1 day ago, Secret Service identifies failures that preceded Trump assassination in July. What about the assassination attempt last week? What about that one that happened just a week ago, September? They're not talking about that. Okay. Pence, again, from the Hill. I'm looking for, notice, so we're looking at the top news stories live today on Google for the Trump second assassination attempt. And they're providing nothing. They don't want you to talk about this. And I found it interesting because in this article, this is from the National Review. And I think this headline sums it up so well and is so important about this. And it is, the media response to the Trump assassination attempts, with plural, that's with an S, they're not normal. Because they're not normal. This is abnormal. People are still talking about the JFK assassination. We have people who continue to talk about Ronald Reagan and the attempt to assassinate him. In the article, this paragraph I thought was very telling. These assassination attempts should be significant moments in our collective psyche. It's not every day that you see a former president covered in his own blood rushed from the stage by a panic-stricken security detail. It's not every day you learn that his security detail spotted and took a shot at a second would-be presidential assassin who was captured and arrested later while attempting to flee. This is reality. This is the truth. These are monumental moments. This is history in the making. And the news media is like, yeah, that was last week's news. I don't want to talk about it. This is 3 days. The news is over 3 days old. We're not going to talk about it. They're barely talking about the assassination attempt in July. And this isn't frontline news. This isn't something that's hit on every news station in every single article. They're not talking about this. They barely want to even mention this. And you would think this would be huge. It should be. You know what? I think it's because they know that talking about Trump, that the left, these are leftists that are trying to shoot Trump. They're not Republicans. They're not center-right. These aren't people who are trying to make America great. These are people who on the left who have been trained 8 years. They have been told over and over again by Kamala Harris, by Joe Biden, by Obama, by Pelosi, by Schumer, ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, MSNBC. They have been telling you every day for 8 years that Trump is the devil himself, that he is the most evil creature in humanity, that if he is, his existence is and damaging and threatening to democracy itself, that America will fail. That's what they keep pushing for 8 years. They have taught an entire generation of voters and Americans that Orange Man bad. And then they're surprised and they turn around and say, I can't imagine why someone would want to try and assassinate Orange Man bad. By the way, Orange Man bad. This is their message every day. Even now, after they've said, oh, we have to tone down the rhetoric. By the way, Trump is bad. Trump is evil. Trump will destroy democracy. They don't stop. They haven't stopped for 8 years. They're not stopping now. They still, right now, I guarantee you, if you go through the various Sunday news shows, you will hear at least one of them tell you, Orange Man bad, he's going to destroy democracy. Even after 2 assassination attempts and a bomb threat. It's because they're afraid. Because if you would never see that if this was happening to Kamala, they would be losing their minds. If it was happening to Harris, they'd be losing their minds. It would be on every news station 24 hours a day. And they'd be telling you that the only reason why people are trying to kill Harris is because, well, they obviously are afraid if she wins and they want power. Well, that same argument can be made about Democrats. In fact, it's more likely to be made about Democrats than Republicans because Democrats are violent. When the progressives, to be even more specific, when progressives lose, they get violent. They have riots. They have protests. They break down buildings. They try to burn down buildings, committing arson. They, in fact, kill people. We've seen that. At the autonomous zone, at the Capitol Hill autonomous zone, they killed children, a 16-year-old. In Atlanta, they killed an 8-year-old. In Portland, it was Portland, they killed a guy walking down the street coming from a Trump rally. That's what the left does. That's what the far left does. There is no limit to the violence that they will do. You don't see that on the right. As much as the left wants you to think, as much as you look at all the news media and the reporting, and they always allege that the violence, well, it's right-wing violence. The right is so violent. They have guns. They're violent. Yeah, we have a lot of guns, and we don't use them. You ever wonder about that? They keep saying the right is so violent, and the right has so many guns. We cling. What did Andrew Cuomo? We cling to our God and our guns. If we have so many guns, and we're so obsessed about guns and violence, you notice that all the violence only comes from the left? After the left doesn't get what they want, when the left has a tantrum because you didn't obey everything that they said, then suddenly there's violence. Suddenly there's a protest and all the city streets are blocked off. Ambulances can't go anywhere. Fire trucks aren't allowed to go through. That's on the left. When the left doesn't get what they want, suddenly they're trying to break down buildings or burn down police stations. They're committing arsons, like Minneapolis, over a year of keeping people trapped in their homes, preventing businesses from being able to open up because they created an autonomous zone because of what they wanted. just their desires. And every single autonomous zone is an insurrectionist zone. They are, by definition, they violate every local, state, and federal law known to man in America. That is a fact. And that is insurrectionist. They want to talk about January 6th. January 6th, so violent. Look at the violence every day that we see from the left. January 6th, oh my God, it's so the Republicans, the MAGA, they're going to take over the country. Really? We had 300,000 people surrounding the Capitol on the grass. If we wanted to take over the country, we could have. We didn't. We have all the guns. We didn't bring 300,000 guns to the Capitol. Didn't happen. We didn't try and take it over. They want you to feel that way. But when you stop and take away the emotion and start thinking about it, 300,000, probably most of them gun owners, there weren't hundreds of guns there. There weren't thousands of guns there. There weren't tens of thousands of guns there. There were 300,000 people there. And they didn't even bring a dozen guns with them. But they were taking over the government? Are you sure about that? Because that doesn't sound like a plan to take over anything. They didn't even bring a dozen guns, not even a dozen. That doesn't sound quite right when you think about it. But you know what? You piss off the left and they suddenly are burning down buildings. And we see that in multiple cities. That's in Colorado, that's over in Austin, that's in San Francisco, it's in LA, it's in Brooklyn. We can name multiple cities where we are seeing the left lose their minds and punish people for not obeying what the left wants, what the progressives want. You can't point to a city and show me that same thing happening on the right, because it doesn't exist. This is them playing with the election. They're fortifying the 2024 election. Orange man bad. Orange man bad. Remember that every single day. Vote orange man bad. But don't worry about the left and the violence and the danger that they present. It's interesting because the news media, they could be talking about the first and second assassination attempt. That story has disappeared. By next week, you won't be hearing about it any more than you hear about the first one. How about this? We also don't hear about the Hamas. 11 months, almost an entire year that Americans have been held by Hamas and tortured every single day. You don't hear any news about it. Do you know how many American hostages are held by Hamas at this moment? If you've been watching this channel, you know the number is 19. 19. 18, because Hamas just killed another American. They killed 35 Americans now. 35. They have 18 Americans that they have held for a year. We expect most of them are probably dead at this point. But for almost an entire year, they have held Americans and they have tortured them and they have sexually abused them. And nobody in the news, this is an election year. Why aren't we talking about this? This is about our foreign policy. No one's talking about it. This is directly relevant to the power and respect of the American system and the American president, and that's not in the conversation about the election. And ABC News was perfectly fine saying, hey, what are you going to do? Oh, I'll get them home. Are you? Why didn't you? You've been in power, Kamala Harris, along with Joe Biden for 3.5 years. You've had an entire year to get them home. Why didn't you? Why didn't you respond when that American was killed rather than allowing him to be rescued by Hamas? When Hamas killed him rather than let him get rescued, what was Kamala Harris's response? I asked that of the entire audience. Can anyone name? Because the news media didn't quote her. They didn't quote Joe Biden. Where's Joe Biden? Oh, no answer. And we're supposed to think that they're going to get them home? You've had the time. You're not responding, and Americans are actively dying on your watch. But the news media won't talk about that. That story is dead on arrival. You don't hear about that anymore. This was September, 2 weeks ago. And you don't hear about that anymore. You don't hear about the global food crisis. You hear Kamala Harris, oh, I'm going to go out and I'm going to go after the price gouging. There is no price gouging. Not one, there's 37 states with laws on price gouging. There are no lawsuits on price gouging by any of those 37 states. That's not the reason why food prices are higher. But Kamala Harris has the plan. She's going to go after price gouging, which is completely useless and will do nothing for you. Will not change the price of a damn thing. And the news media is like, she's got the answer. It's price gouging. Yay! Does nothing for you. Will not change your life. Not even a little bit. Because it's useless. But the news media will talk to you about price gouging all day long. They won't tell you what's the root cause. Well, we've been talking about it on this channel since February of 2022. It's a food crisis. And to be absolutely honest with everyone, as we always are, the food crisis, the global food crisis, 30% less food today than in 2019, that is going to continue in 2025. And it doesn't matter who's elected president. I don't care who wins. Whether it's Kamala or it could be RFK, it could be Dr. Cornel West. It makes no difference who is president in January 2025. The United States and the world will continue to be in the same global food crisis that we are in right now. The same one that we have been in since 2022, with 30% less food in the world. Because food, you have to grow the wheat. Let's make it as simple as possible for people to understand. The Ukraine is one of the bread baskets of the world. They also have some of the most fertilizer in the world. That these are facts. They're irrefutable. Doesn't matter what you think about the war or Ukraine. That is a fact. In fact, one of the reasons why Russia's trying to fight is to control the fertilizer and the food that the Ukraine grows every year. That's a fact. So when that war started, 30% less food was being made in the world. That's a fact. So food prices went up, just as we predicted in February of 2022. You don't have to believe me. You can go back and look up the live stream, and you will see me telling people to prepare, to buy food, to stockpile, because food prices were going up. It's that predictable. We're still in that scenario. And even if the war in the Ukraine ended tomorrow, we still have to get through the winter. Farmers still have to plant the crops in the spring. The food has to grow, and then we have to harvest it in the fall. At the soonest, at the absolute breakneck, perfect world soonest that we could see the global food crisis end would be 2026. That's the soonest. To be exact, the fourth quarter of 2025, which would be the end of the year going into 2026. Realistically, the world would see it and the prices would change in January of 2026. That's if the war in the Ukraine ended today and everything got normalized and there's no more fighting and all the farms were able to start growing crops as soon as possible. It would not change the global food crisis until 2026 at the earliest. And I don't care what Kamala promises you. It has nothing to do with food price gouging. You cannot significantly change the price of food until that war ends. And if you don't have a plan to end the war between Russia and the Ukraine, food prices will remain higher because of that inflation. That is a fact. It's direct consequence. Has nothing to do with politics. I don't care if you're on the left, right, or anywhere else. That is the reality. And anyone who tells you something other than that is lying to you, or they're ignorant of the facts, one or the other. They're either ignorant or they are lying to you, one or the other. And the news media won't talk about it. They won't tell you to stockpile food. They won't tell you that the reality is that food prices are never going to come down substantially until that war ends. They do not want to talk about this. They will distract you with anything and everything else because it helps Kamala Harris and Democrats get elected. They want you to believe in the false hope that if Kamala Harris passes a national price gouging law, that somehow that's going to help your pocketbook, that somehow your groceries are suddenly going to go from being, 40, 50, 100% more expensive than in 2019 to suddenly it's going to go back to the prices of 2019. That is a lie. It is not going to happen. It's just a flat out lie. There is absolutely no truth to that. And no one wants to tell you that. No one wants to be honest. The mainstream will not address that because you might vote differently. And that's really upsetting to me because they are playing games with you. Not just about the illegal immigration. We're talking about the food. We're talking about what the causes of inflation are, why prices are so high, housing, everything you can think of. They are lying to you to manipulate this. They don't want to talk about the things that I guarantee you in 5-10 years, history will be talking about the 2 assassination attempts against a former president who is running for an election. They will talk about this. This is a historical moment. And they're ignoring it because it might affect an election. And you have to think, if they have to go to that kind of extreme, that they have to nullify, virtually erase facts that have happened, things that we have observed, this is like ignoring 9/11. Like it didn't exist. It's just gone. Poof. It just disappeared. We're not talking about it anymore. Those people who died, don't talk about them. Oh, yeah. Instead of saying it's 3,000 people that died, no, it was a couple hundred. It's like becoming Ilhan Omar talking about 9/11. And the nation got pissed off about that. Well, that's what they're doing with the assassination attempts. That's what they're doing with these bomb threats. That's what they're doing about this election so that they can propagandize and they can give an advantage to Kamala Harris. And even with all of that I have just explained, and I think I've made it pretty detailed on how they are trying to manipulate you and manipulate the election, she still can't get over 50%. I mean, this is some of the most powerful propaganda known in history. This is the most widespread propagandizing, I think, in history. We have never seen such a wide, full-on whitewashing of the truth to try and prop up an appointed candidate. She was anointed. She was never elected by anyone. I have won more primaries than Kamala Harris have. You have won more primaries than Kamala Harris has because she didn't get she never got a single vote in any primary for the presidency. Not one. And they are willing to go to this extreme to try and give her a chance in the election. You should question that. As Americans who have the First Amendment, who have the right to question our government, you should question that. Oh, by the way, Dr. Jeff B. over on D-Life, thank you for joining us. I'm happy to have you with us. I'm not sure what that symbol means. I think it means I'm on fire. I don't know. I'm not sure what that icon is, but thank you for that. I didn't forget about you. But I think it's very important that we should understand that. You notice the news media doesn't want to talk about the 70,000 Americans that have been abandoned under the Biden-Harris administration. They don't want it because that would affect, and that is let me go back to, let me show you this chart again, folks. I want you to see this. Hang on one second. All right, so let's look at the charts. No, there it is. Where is it? General election, okay? So I'm going back to the general election, and let's make this, oh, I can't go back on that one. Okay, I can do it with this. Let me show you. What do you see here? The day, the moment that the Biden-Harris administration suddenly went pear-shaped, everything went tits up. When did that happen? When did the Biden administration start having more disapproval than they had approval? And mind you, they were already trending towards this, but it was September 2021. That's when the disapproval, the disapproval of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden increased over 50%. And as you can see here, so you can see it was always creeping up from the election, but it crossed over in September, the same time that Joe Biden said he was going to leave 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan to fend for themselves. And from that moment going forward, up until Kamala became the bestest ever, until the moment she became Ray Palpatine to the news media and was appointed and anointed by the DNC to run in the 2024 election, she was negative. Same thing happened with Joe Biden, except he never got that bump. He just stayed negative because we found out that he's a zombie part-time president. But you can see it right here. That's the moment when we abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. And from that moment on, there was more disapproval than approval, consistently. And the news media knows that, which is why they don't want to talk about those Americans in Afghanistan, because they know that will lose the election for them. If we talk about those people that were thrown away by Biden-Harris, that would change the election. Then add on to that, remember, February 2022, Lester Holt did an interview with Joe Biden, and in that interview, Lester Holt said, "Will you get any Americans out of the Ukraine? Will you help them?" Lester Holt is aware, as I am, that 3 hours away at Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany, there's an American Air Force base. We could fly a C-130 Hercules over to Kyiv and land it. We could have picked up every mom. We could have picked up every kid. We could have taken thousands, hundreds at least, if not thousands, out of the Ukraine before the war started to protect them. Even after the war started, we could have told the Ukraine, we could have told Russia, we're sending over a C-130 right now to pick up moms and kids. Don't you dare shoot this down. If you shoot down this plane of American civilian mothers and kids, you will be declaring war on America, and whichever side did it, we will use nukes to wipe them out. And they would believe us, because that would piss off every American. You shot down a plane full of moms and kids, we could have gotten them out, even after the war started. But in February of 2022, Joe Biden looked Lester Holt right in the eye and said to the American people and the world, he will not save any Americans, that they had to figure it out on their own, that the United States government declined to do its obligation, its duty to protect American citizens, and he left them in a war zone. Last year, it was the last week of April 2023, 16,000 Americans in the Sudan were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. This was news internationally. Sudan because of ISIS, who were released by the Taliban because Joe Biden ran away. The consequences of what he did September of 2021, ISIS went into the Sudan, started a civil war. Victor Bout, who was released by the Biden-Harris administration, the warlord, the Lord of War, the major arms dealer in the world, released because Brittany Griner, a lesbian black basketball player, was a convicted criminal because she committed a crime. Joe Biden, because of the optics, released her and released back into the world the #1 arms dealer in the world. So he helped to fund and provide arms for ISIS in the Sudan, started a civil war, and 16,000 Americans were abandoned last year, just thrown to the wayside. The Biden administration emptied out the entire embassy, picked up everybody in the embassy, and left. Left those 16,000 Americans to figure out their own way home, and never mentioned them again. May 5th of 2023 was the last time that any of the major news media, mainstream news media in America, ever has mentioned the Americans in the Sudan. That's it. It's been over a year. They will not mention this, especially not the Biden-Harris administration. That's 16,000 Americans thrown away. Because if they talked about it, you might vote different. Then there's Haiti. 40,000 Americans live in Haiti right now. That's 300 miles away from the coast of America. That is one plane flight. We could fly a 747 over to Haiti at any time. We have ships and planes that could be there in an hour. It is less than our backyard. It is our back doorstep. We could instantly be there. 40,000 Americans are there. Biden will not do anything. The gangs, not even governments, gangs, crime lords in Haiti deposed the president of Haiti and are actively fighting as we speak, actively fighting to control the government and the country of Haiti, where 40,000 Americans are hiding from them, hiding for these roving bands of gangs fighting for power. And the United States could end that overnight. Literally, we could. All it would take is Joe Biden to say, if any American gets hurt, I will fly F-16s, I will drop bombs on whatever gang. We will send in the Marines, and we will wipe out any gang that killed American citizens. Stop the fighting. They would never, the gangs know, the full force and might of the United States would descend upon Haiti if they hurt any American citizen. That's all he would have to say. The fighting would end overnight. The gangs would be too afraid that they might, by accident, kill an American citizen. And if they did that, with that threat in mind, it's less than an hour before F-16s would be flying over their heads. It would be less than an hour before we would have naval ships in the ports, that Marines would be parachuting into Haiti to take care of the problem. They know this. That's what a strong president would say. It's 300 miles away. It is literally, might as well be in Florida. It is that close to America. And Joe Biden did nothing. He did nothing so much, and Kamala Harris allowed nothing to be done to protect these American citizens, that the UN had to get police officers from Kenya in Africa, fly them halfway around the world so that they can go and try and fix the war zone in Haiti. They had to send people from halfway around the world It's on our doorstep. And you mean to tell me Joe Biden couldn't do anything about it? With 40,000 Americans' lives at risk, 40,000 Americans' lives and property and economy, their wealth, all of that at risk on his doorstep, and he has nothing to say about it? Kamala Harris has nothing to say about it? They don't even want to talk about it. Doesn't even exist. MSNBC, ABC, CBS, they don't even want to talk about it. It's like, it didn't happen. What do you mean? What do you mean there's Americans in Haiti? Who could have imagined that? We didn't know that. What a shock and surprise to us all. Really, folks? That's 70,000 Americans. Every single year of the Biden-Harris administration, the number has increased, has virtually doubled year after year from the year before. 70,000 Americans in total thrown away by the Biden-Harris administration, and the news media will not talk about any of them because it might change the way you vote in the election. It might not let the Democrats maintain power. And that's the only reason they need. If Democrats aren't going to have power, they won't talk about it. Doesn't matter how it affects the world and how it affects you, the American citizen. And these things are affecting the world. They are affecting the American citizens. They're more than just the election. Every ally we have is saying, if we're not willing to protect our own people, 70,000 Americans, tens of thousands more every single year that the Biden-Harris administration has existed, if we're not willing to protect our people that we are obligated to take care of, do you really think we're going to live up to any of the treaties that we have in the world? Do you think we're actually going to protect any of our allies? If we're not willing to protect our own people? Our allies certainly don't think that we would. They don't trust us anymore. And all of our enemies are saying, if we are so weak that we will run away from the Taliban, that we will run away from the Sudan, that we will run away from the Ukraine, we will run away from Haiti. Haiti! If we're willing to run away from Haiti, then of course Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah think that they could win. Of course Iran thinks that they have the upper hand. China, of course, thinks that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris wouldn't dare do anything about Taiwan. Of course Russia thinks that they can take over the Ukraine and maybe more if we're not willing to do anything about Haiti. Does anyone disagree with me on this? I mean, you can. If there's anyone on the left, if there's anyone, you could be a conservative, a libertarian, you could be a Republican, anyone. Does anyone disagree with what I am pointing out here? And how this is affecting the election? It's affecting our lives. It's affecting people around the world. They are all interconnected. And how the news media is manipulating you, actively manipulating you and me to try and propagandize, to to fortify the 2024 election, just like they fortified and have admitted fortifying the 2020 election. I think it's self-evident. I think it's when we look at this, and again, it's not that I am a conservative Republican. Yes, I am. That's not the reason why I'm saying these things or why I'm pointing this out. This is about protecting America. This is our national security. This is our society, the bedrock of our society. And it is crumbling before our eyes. And we should be talking about this. Even if you think there's an answer to this, even if you think I am wrong, we should have this conversation. If I am wrong, what's the answer? How am I wrong? This is something, if the Democrats wanted to reassure, if the establishment government wanted to reassure the American people, give an answer to these questions. Just answer. Explain to us, why did you abandon 16,000 Americans in the Sudan and have never talked about them since May 5th of 2023? Please, just explain that to me. Tell me how that's not telling the world that America's weak. Please explain to me why we have done nothing. The Biden-Harris administration got 242 Americans out of Haiti. There are 40,000 Americans in Haiti. They flew one 737 plane out of Haiti after the government fell, when the gangs started fighting for power. 747. In 1 week, they evacuated 242 people and then said, "Oh, we're not talking about it anymore. It's no longer a news story." We did our job. We got out less than 1% of the population of Americans in Haiti. Less than 1%. We did our job. Stop talking about it. Story's over. News story's over. Move on to the next thing. It's no longer an issue. And the news media said, okay. They said okay to the White House. They said, you know what? You're right. Because if we talk about this, people might vote different. Let it go. Don't worry, the American people will forget. I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten about any of the 70,000 Americans who have been suffering overseas because of the Biden-Harris administration. I have not forgotten a single one of them. I have talked about them every week for years now. I will not forget them. I am making sure that we do remember we have to take care of those people. We have to get them home, all of them. Because that is the reason why we have a government in the first bloody place. Is that me being a Republican, or is that just me being an American? You tell me. I think it's me being an American. Put it in the comments. If you're not watching this live, put it in the comments. If you're watching it live, put it in the chat. Tell me, I'm thick-skinned. Do you think I'm being political, or do you think I'm just being an American? It's up to you. If you think I'm just being political, just let me know. But I think I'm being an American. Is that the Marine in me showing up? Probably. I can live with that. If it means more Americans are safe, I can live with that. If those 70,000 Americans over the last 3.5 years get to come home, I can live with that. If the 18, I hope and pray there are 18 Americans who are still alive being held by Hamas, if it ends the torture and the sexual abuse that they are receiving, that they get to come home, I'm more than happy to be whatever it takes. Yes, I am. I'm very consistent about that. And that's not political. I don't know. Every one of those people, those 70,018 Americans around the world, every single one of them could be a far left progressive for all I know. And I'm trying to get them home. I don't care. I don't care about their politics. I don't care about their religion. I damn well don't care about the color of their skin. They are Americans. And we should. It is I believe the obligation and duty of the news media to talk about this, to tell our politicians we won't forget this, and damn sure to vote and keep them accountable, because I don't care what the establishment wants. I want these Americans protected. This is the obligation of our government, and we should talk about it. And if the majority of Americans don't agree with me, give me a damn reason why. Give me a reason why. This is what America's supposed to be about. At least this is how I understand it. This is what America's supposed to be about. And it is by avoiding all of the things I've just been talking about, that's why Kamala Harris has plateaued at about 47.5% to 48%. That's the reason why she's not getting to 50%. That's why, with all of the help that has been given to her, all of the support that is coming from the mainstream news media to try and push her through to the finish line, she still doesn't get 50% of America. That's why I don't believe that when I see the polls coming from ABC News and NBC, that they're real. Again, I am happy to hear if anyone thinks I am wrong. I'm happy to hear your arguments. But I don't think there is an argument for it. In fact, part of the manipulation of the 2024 election, the fortification of the 2024 election, I believe, is because this is why we saw the Federal Reserve cut interest rates by a half point, because they need to get the interest rates down so that just in time, he did it now, so that by November, people will see a little bit of a decrease. You're going to see your food bill go down just a little bit. Your credit cards will go down just a little bit. Your mortgages and your car loans, they're going to go down just a little bit. Is it going to make a difference? No. Instead of having your food, your grocery bill double, it's going to go down, and you'll have, it'll be an increase of 85%. So it won't be double anymore. It'll be only 85%. And they'll tell you, and they're going to come out and say, see, we have reduced the food inflation by 15%. No, you didn't. Food inflation is still up 85%. The fact that it's not at the peak isn't the same thing as, oh, you brought it down. No, the prices are still elevated by 85%. But they're going to tell you, they're going to word this, that they're going to say, well, the prices of food is down. The food inflation is down from the peak. They'll very quietly leave out or very quietly say, from the peak. There's the difference, from the peak. But it's down. See, it's down. We can only talk about it went down. Vote Democrat. Vote Democrat. Vote Kamala. Down. It went down from the peak. It's still up from the day that she and Joe Biden took office. And by the way, as we're talking about this, what's this rate hike also do? It completely distracts people from one of the most important questions in the history. Again, history. We are making history right now. Where's Joe Biden? Who's in charge of America? We've been asking this since July. And there is no answer to this. Nobody in the mainstream news media wants to address one of the biggest questions in America. What is this crap? In America at this time. Jill Biden is speaking at the first cabinet meeting since October of 2023. Why didn't Joe Biden have another cabinet? It's not like things haven't been happening in the world. It's not like America doesn't have to deal with high inflation, rising unemployment, national threats, open border, the immigration crisis, illegal aliens, attempted assassinations of our leaders. We've had a lot of things that the president should be having cabinet meetings about on various aspects of America. They're not. And he just had his first in a year. Why isn't the media asking, what have you been up to, Joe Biden? You're a part-time zombie president. You work from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. You can schedule a meeting with the rest of the cabinet to give them, in those few hours that you are lucid, you could give them directions so that we have a plan for America. But he didn't. He waited an entire year. I can't imagine why. I have no reason why. Mind you, this is an entire year. So that means after the Americans were captured and tortured by Hamas, after the 9/11 of Israel, which would be October 7th of 2023, he hasn't had a cabinet meeting. He has not had one cabinet meeting to discuss how are we getting the American hostages back home. He hasn't had one meeting to say, what should we do about Hamas killing American citizens? He hasn't had one meeting to say Hamas is sexually abusing Americans and they're holding them hostage, what we should do. He didn't have one meeting saying, hey, Hamas is actively killing American citizens that they're using as hostages and human shields. What should we do? Not one meeting. And Kamala Harris didn't suggest that there should be a meeting. Kamala Harris wasn't part of a meeting. What's going on? Who's running this country? We've been asking this for a long time, and very specifically about this since we found out in July that it was confirmed that Joe Biden is mentally incapable of being president. Absolutely. Should have had the 25th Amendment against him 2 years ago, easily. But who's in charge right now? Well, it appears that it's Joe Biden. Joe Biden, first of all, is in a cabinet meeting. Why is she in a cabinet meeting? It doesn't make any sense. She's not elected. I don't care if you like Joe Biden or you don't like Joe Biden. You're like, oh, she's a doctor. She's not a medical doctor. Oh, but, she's educated. I don't care. She's not elected to anything. But I like her as a person. Fantastic. I don't care about her as a human being. I don't know her. She's not in my circle of friends. I'm not having a beer with her. I'm single, so it's not like I have a wife or a girlfriend who thinks she's fantastic. I could care less. She's not an elected official. Why is she in this meeting? Well, she's going to talk about women's health. There are professionals. There are people who are in charge of businesses and NGOs. There are people who are elected that can do the same damn thing. We don't need Jill Biden. She doesn't represent anything except Joe Biden and the Biden family. She represents maybe the Democratic Party. But Kirsten Gillibrand, who, to give her credit where it's due, Kirsten Gillibrand may be a yes woman for the Democratic Party, but she is adamant about women in the military getting the proper respect and protection. I will give her that. That is one thing that Kirsten Gillibrand has always, even as she lied to her voters, even as she is a yes woman for the Democratic Party, she does actually stand up for women in the military. She could have talked about women's health. She could have gone to the White House to do that just as well, if not better, than Jill Biden. Jill Biden doesn't get briefings. Jill Biden doesn't have constituents. She doesn't talk to the public. She doesn't have to. She's never run for an election, read a bill, presented a bill to the public. She's never gone onto the floor of Congress. Why are we talking about Jill Biden? Why is Jill Biden involved at all? Other than the fact that she takes away attention from Joe Biden, who is a zombie, who is a part-time zombie president, who is in charge. Is this not a fair thing to say? Am I being unfair? Chat, please, if anyone in the chat thinks I'm being unfair, tell me. You can type it in right now. Super chat me if you want to. Don't spend more than $1.50. Don't give more money than that to YouTube. But tell me if you think I'm wrong. If I'm being unfair, is it sexist for me to say that? I don't think so. Because I don't care who it would have been. I wanted someone who you want to talk about women's health? There are dozens upon dozens of people who could have talked about women's health that are involved in it. There are activists, there's a list longer than my arm of Democratic activists talking about women's health and rights. That is like given. You can go to any college in America and you will find activists surrounding the entire damn campus talking about nothing but women's rights and women's health. You don't need Jill Biden to do it. You can get someone who is actually involved and has some position to do it. No. This wasn't about her. This was about distracting the American people from Joe Biden. Because the thing is, everyone who's upset about Jill Biden, everyone who's upset that Jill Biden was at this meeting, and you should be, and everyone who's saying Jill Biden had no place there, she's not elected, she's not a representative of anyone except herself. Jill Biden is the distraction, because what we should have been asking is, where is Joe Biden? Why didn't he have a cabinet meeting for a year? There have been multiple emergencies and serious issues facing America for an entire year. Kamala Harris, where is she? Why wasn't she involved in all this? Why wasn't she asking for this cabinet meeting? Why didn't she run this cabinet meeting? These are important things that we should have been talking about, and we should be talking about it right now. But instead, he brought in Jill Biden to emphasize, one, that this is a farce, and two, to distract us from saying, Joe Biden, you're not doing your job. You have completely and utterly failed. Three, Joe Biden is a distraction from us saying, who's in charge? Who is running our government at this time? Yeah. So that's one of the things I wanted to address there. I don't know. I'm talking about this, but there's no one else. I don't hear anyone else in the news media talking about these things, and they should be. At least not the way that I'm speaking about it, but I think most aren't. And absolutely in the mainstream news media, they're not talking about this shit. They don't want to talk about this. They just want you to vote Democrat. Just shut up, keep your head down, comply. Vote Democrat and don't talk about it. You're black. Don't talk about it. Kamala Harris, she's black suddenly. She's not. Because when we say black, we mean African American. And Kamala Harris is not African American. She is not. She's black, absolutely. She's East Indian in particular by culture, but she's not African American. But, you know, she's a woman of color, so you're supposed to vote for her. You have to vote for her because you're a person of color, because you have no agency. When they tell you that, oh, she's a woman, you have to vote for her. She's a woman of color, you have to vote for her. They're telling you, you do not count. You have no agency. There is no logical reason for you to vote for her, so you have to vote based on race and sex. That means you are subhuman. They are telling you that they do not value you. They don't have a legitimate reason for you to vote for Kamala Harris or to vote for Democrats. So they're going to use the catch-all of race and sex instead. It is dehumanizing. It is insulting. And you should be offended when they say that. Well, you got to vote for her because she's a woman and you're a woman. Well, that dehumanizes women. Just because she's a woman doesn't mean she's a good woman or she's the best woman. It just means she's a woman. So what? What does that mean? Nothing. Oh, well, you have to vote for Kamala Harris because, you know, she's a woman of color. And does that mean she's a good person, a bad person? Idi Amin was a man of color. I know there's a bunch of people who are saying, Idi Amin, Mike, who are you talking about? Idi Amin, he's African. And people going, Mike, he's African. It doesn't matter. Idi Amin was a man of color. Doesn't mean that he was a good guy. Has nothing to do. Just because you have a certain color of skin, just because you have a certain gender or you have a certain sexual preference, does not mean that you are instantly an angel sent by God himself. It means you're a human being. So what? I don't care. What else is there? Let's get to the next thing. Let's actually get to the characteristics. The substance of the person. Stop giving me their characteristics. I don't care what their checkbox is. Are they good at their job? Do they know what the hell they are doing? Do they have a plan that is actually better for America and the world? Substance. Telling me that they got a really good suntan means nothing to me. It helps me with nothing in my life. It doesn't help me plan my retirement. It doesn't tell me where I should be having a job. It doesn't tell me that I'm going to be safe at night. I don't care that they have a suntan. Big deal. I got a suntan too. Did that change anyone's life? Is anyone's life improved knowing that I don't spend $3,000 a year to go on vacation to get a suntan because I have one by birth? Did that change your life in any meaningful way? No, of course not. Of course not. I know. I'm getting ready. Yeah. My dog is upset right this second. And I'm upset. He's kind of upset because I'm upset. He's kind of upset because he wants to go out. A little both. Look, folks, these are important issues that no one's talking about. We are Americans. We have the First Amendment. We should. Mind you, it's people like Tim Walz who has told us that this is considered misinformation. We shouldn't talk about these things. You should just accept whatever he says, whatever Democrats say, whatever those in power say, and not have any complaints. He doesn't believe in the First Amendment. He thinks he can strike down your voice. That tells us where we're going. That's the Biden-Harris, that's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. They don't want you to have a voice. They want you to shut up, obey, and do whatever the power says. They want power, whatever it costs you. It's a consistent theme we have seen. Again, if you think I'm wrong, tell me. Go into the comments. Type it out. I'm thick-skinned. I can deal with it. Tell me why I am wrong. Don't just say, Mike, you're wrong. Why? How are they not saying these things? Okay. I'm gonna get going because my dog is, as you can hear, he's 13 years old. He's losing his mind right now. And I need to take care of him because it's like he's family. So I take care of my puppy. And when he's in distress, I'm going to go and take care of him because he's in distress. I will be adding links to everything we've been talking about so that you can read all of the stories for yourself, plus a few that I didn't get a chance to get into. And so I want you to read that and see it for yourself, make your own decisions. But all I ask, and I forgot to mention it throughout the show, but like, share, and subscribe. That's it. It costs you absolutely nothing, but it helps to support this channel, and I rely on your support. So I ask you, just give this a like, a share, and a subscribe. Just because you believe in the First Amendment, you believe in the right of people to speak about what they think. Doesn't mean you have to agree. Doesn't mean that you think I am 100% right or even 50% right. It just means you support the First Amendment. And if you do happen to like what I say, if you do happen to agree with me, maybe join my Patreon, which is $1.50 a month. That's it. That's all I would ask for. Because everything you guys do, it does make a difference. Take a chance, look at the Old Man Voss, check out this new series that I'm doing, the Top 10 Challenge. Tell me what you think of that. It's Old Man Voss, V-A-S-S. And I look forward to seeing you guys again very, very soon. And of course, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will talk to you guys again very, very soon. Yes, Con, I see you. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Come here. Come here. Say hi to everyone. Come here. Say goodbye to everyone. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.